Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty One territory, the home and traditional lands of the Ojibwe, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Carrie Linklater. I am the chairperson this morning, and joining me on the panel via Zoom is Mr. Clay Purvis and Ms. Valerie Wareman. From the assessment department is Mr. Jeremy Cole, and our administrative personnel is Mr. Zachary Mohan. To the Zoom participants of this hearing, please note you are placed in the waiting room until your property is called upon. When it is your turn, you will be admitted into the meeting. Kindly follow along on the City of Winnipeg's Board of Revision YouTube channel for the hearing process. Once the host admits you into the hearing, please close or mute your YouTube player. You will then be permitted to speak with respect to your property. Once your hearing has concluded, you can leave the meeting. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. Statements of that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the board. Board of Revision is appointed annually by City Council and is independent of it and the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, it will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following swearing in. You will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. This morning, we will be hearing items 1 through 8 on our docket today. And Mr. Mohan, do we have an applicant?
Not at the moment, Madam Chair.
Okay. So at this time, we are just going to go into recess.
Of course. And I believe I still need to affirm everyone.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to call this hearing back to order. We're joined by Mr. Neufeld via phone and temporarily, and Mr. Moran, could you swear in, please, or affirm the applicant and the assessor?
Of course. Mr. Assessor, please state your full name.
Jeremy Ryan.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Applicant, please state your full name.
Rocky Neufeld.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Before we begin, Mr. Neufeld, there's a preliminary issue on this property. I believe you, on your application, we're looking at liability.
Right. And we're just we just never had a chance to review at when they were first filed. So and since then I've had a discussion with Mr. Mercury. I think that any issue with regard to liability, there's another avenue for us, so we don't need to take it before the board. And I can do one of two things: is you could just rule and confirm it, or if depending on what you want to do, we can also withdraw it, although kind of hard to sign anything when I'm in my car.
Yes. Yes, if you want to withdraw it, that would be great. Thank you. I would appreciate it. I'm assuming you can send an email once you're back into your office, which is going to be momentarily, I understand.
I'm going into my parkade right now.
All right, perfect.
Now,
All right.
Go
Yes, and your evidence was also late by a week, I understand, Mr. Neufeld?
I'm not entirely sure what the timing was, but yeah, I acknowledge we know it was late.
Okay, any particular reason?
It was an error at our end. As you know, or you probably found out, we have another hearing in the other room, and I had to engage another person to help us. So we got kind of our messages crossed, and one of us thought it was the other one's to do, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what happened.
All right. Panel is just going to take a very short recess to discuss whether we will hear this evidence.
In the waiting room. Thank you. Okay, and Mr. Assessor, unfortunately, Ms. will step up.
Thank you. We'd like to call this hearing back to order. And after much deliberation, the panel has decided to accept Mr. Neufeld's briefs for this hearing, even though they were late. And Mr. Neufeld, I'm going to ask if you would give us all some consideration, considering it's an hour into this hearing, to have your comments brief. Thank you.
I will do my best, and I appreciate that I caused this problem, and say no more.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Neufeld will send you the withdrawal forms via email.
Yeah, are there any others that were done the same way? And I'm just wondering if
3 and 4.
yeah,
We will discuss those when we are at those items. Correct?
okay. I just, if for sake of processing, I can do them all at once. Then okay.
Mr. Cole.
Okay.
If you would like to start us off on item number 1, which is 650 Main Street, and we are looking at assessed value.
Sure. File number 244326, roll number 1309614220, 650 Main Street. The 2025 assessed values for 20,362,000. There is a class code split from 60 other and 40 institutional school exempt for taxes. It's a 50-50 split on the property, so. Given that there's no more contention with that, I'll leave it at that. I'll move on to the point. Property was built in 2010. There's approximately 75,900 square feet of leasable area. There is 262 park installs on a parkade, outdoor parkade. If you look on my page 3, this is a Winnipeg Regional Health Authority property. The first 2 floors is access center. The remaining floor is administrative for Winnipeg Regional Health. And the parkade that you see to the right is not open to the public. It is for employee parking. When you look at this property, and I'll make this argument now, and this will follow through the other Winnipeg Regional Health properties that we have today, so I don't have to make the same argument again. I looked at the marketplace as between landlord and tenant, owner, and tenant, if you want to say. What would the market be if you're going to develop a site for this particular client? It would have to be long-term leases that are such in place. So that is the market that I looked at. Market's two-sided, obviously owner and renter. So those comparables that we see is on page 4. We look to the marketplace to see what other property owners are developed their sites for Winnipeg Regional Health, as well as some lesser comps from Winnipeg Regional Health underneath that. So on page 4 starts the comps from 1 to 14. These are larger properties, again, site specific to Winnipeg Regional Health. We see that for access centers and community health services, we have 14 comparables that lease approximately 484,000 square feet. Median CRU is 33,400 square feet approximately. Average rent is $19.70. Weighted average is $19.72, and median is $19.22. So highlighted on comp 11, which is 650 Main Street, is the subject property today. They are at $18.54. So not too far off of the 1972 weighted average, is just about $1 off or so. So a little over $1. So touching on comparables for parking, we see surface comparables on page 5 for the 10 comparables in and around the exchange, waterfront, which is the nearest market. We have a mean or an average of $96.38 square stall per month, median of 96 as well, and a min max between $74 and $127. So from that, those are our comparables. We look at page 6. We do have this split into 2 income streams, so we'll do it as such. Parking is 431 stalls, half of the stalls. We have $92 applied per stall, which gives us a net operating income of $144,624, capped at 7%, gives $2,066,000. If you turn to their expense report highlighted in yellow, the parking reported revenue is $594,000, which yields approximately $189 per stall gross, so not net, gross. So that does fit within range of what we have them in at. So on page 7, you like the continuation of the office building, again split. We have 37,950 square feet in at $19.95 model driven, which gives us effective gross income, or sorry, potential gross income of $767,413, with 5.5% vacancy taken off, yields $715,755. Expenses at 3% non-recoverable, shortfall at $8, gives a net operating income of $677,584, capped at 8.35%, gives $8,115,000. And if you look on page 8 and 9, it is simply the same again, but it's the 4-yes split between the posts. We don't need to go into that again. So in total, the summary, which is on page 10 and 11, shows the breakdowns of the individual income streams, the parking, the OFM, and so forth, split between obviously class code 1640. So for total, we have a net operating income for the total of the property, $1,644,416, capped at a yielded cap rate of 8.08%, and that yields produces the $20,362,000. So for your reference, we do have our capitalization rate chart on page 12, and we do have on page starting at 13 the income expense questionnaire, which indicates the square footage. It's obviously owner occupied, or not, it's net, which is at the top left-hand corner. Owner occupied, I should say. Spoke there. Winnipeg Regional Health, and their page 15 and 16 shows their financials, they report. Great reference. Page 16. Just highlighted in yellow, the report indicated an NOI of $1,158,967, including mortgage interest costs. Obviously, you take those out, when you take that out, it produces an NOI of approximately $2 million. From that, I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Newfeld, any questions?
Yes. The pages where you've got the workups listed on, I believe that's, I'm going backwards here, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Were these all produced by the model?
Yes,
And on pages, first of all, clarify something here. You did sort of somewhat clarify it, but you've got some highlighted sections on the parking reporting, and you did differentiate between net and gross. What is the city's gross then? Is it printed anywhere on this report?
no, we don't have a gross.
Okay, so we've got nothing to compare it to then.
I'm just pointing out the numerics, they have a gross of 594,000.
No, well, I'm just kind of confused why you would report yours as net and report the owner's gross, and then even consider a comparison. Don't we have to compare net to net?
Mr. Neufeld, I'm just pointing out what they reported to us. I'll leave it up.
That's not what I asked. Don't you have to compare net to net?
I'm not comparing the subject's net parking because they have it's embedded within the income stream. It's not.
The
redacted.
on page 7 and 9, these are the I guess we'll call it the office portions. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have PSD for parking, then we have OFM for the office medical.
Okay, and on page 9, the breakdown for that office, it's classified 40S, and you've coded it as office dental medical. Is that correct?
Yeah, overall the puck for the income stream is office medical. They are
No,
office medical.
the section on page 7, that is taxable, correct? And why is it taxable?
Because there's a 50-50 split on the property.
Well, do you know why it was not exempt like the rest of the properties?
Because that was the agreement in place, the administrative end of the upper floors, or simply that.
Do they carry on medical procedures or dental procedures in this taxable portion?
No, my understanding is the 2 first floors are where your clients public would be going into.
Sorry, I didn't get that. I didn't hear
The
that.
first 2 floors, from my understanding, as I explained in my presentation, is the access center. That's where your treatments, that's where your public would have access to.
Okay, and then what happens in 3 and 4?
As I explained, that was administrative for Winnipeg Regional Health.
Administrative. So no, why is it coded as a medical office then?
Because the overall puck is what we would be using, or the property type class, which is office medical, would fall under this.
I could probably, and I'm not going to, but I could probably describe about 100 assessments where they were broken down by use code. And for example, very common, a strip mall to have a bank in it. You code the bank in the strip mall, the rest is strip mall. Why wasn't this broken down for the actual usage?
This is what's been in place for a number of years since the agreement that we've had.
Is it office? Or is it medical?
The upper 2 floors is office.
Okay, that's all we need. Now, the characterization is high quality finish. What were the determinants to make it high quality finish?
What we have on record. The regional health properties, especially access centers, are high quality. I've been through almost all of them. They're definitely that. They're not as well.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking what are the points that would make it that? Can you describe physically what makes something high quality and what makes it regular?
Is it typical drywall, typical finishings? Is it greater than a greater build out? And that's exactly what we have. These Winnipeg regional health properties that have been under appeal for a number of years, all been inspected.
I'm not asking about that. I'm
I am
asking about
answering the question
differentiation.
that she's answered. They have all been determined to be an upper, higher
Okay.
quality finish.
Do you have any, do you have any pictures or plans to demonstrate this in your evidence?
No, I do
Okay.
not.
Just a sec. Now, I don't have too much more. Don't worry. In the marketplace for a medical user, how many capitalization rates would you have in your model? Do you know?
I couldn't comment on how the model includes the capitalization rates. I wasn't part of it.
Do you know if there are any?
I can't comment on that.
Okay, well, I can't comment is different from I don't know. Do you know and can't comment, or
I don't know because I am not
you don't know?
produce any
Okay.
of the capitalization rates. I couldn't tell you specific sales or.
Okay, I just would like a precise answer. You don't know, I'm going to take it as then. Now, in this time period, prior to the reference here, the Manitoba Clinic went bankrupt, which is a very similar structure. What does something like that get into your model? Bankruptcy?
I couldn't comment on that. I don't know, or I'm not aware of it.
Okay, and I'm going to read you what you said. I think I've got this. I got this down. That you discussed that this was your, I guess, your argument, your approach to it. The market would be if it's a developed site. That is the market I looked at. I looked at other developed that for regional health. What is the definition of value in the Municipal Assessment Act?
Excuse me, I don't have the Municipal Assessment Act open in front of me. What?
Value, definition of value. I thought, I assume we all have that. We don't have to read that in the record. I will read it. Value means in respect to the property being assessed under this act, the amount that the property might reasonably be expected to realize if sold in the open market on the applicable reference date by a willing seller to a willing buyer. Do you not think that your concept of value differs somewhat or greatly from what the act states?
No, absolutely not. And just to comment on your definition of value, municipal board orders have further enhanced what that market value determines for each property type, different property type class, specific properties. So you can't just read market value in isolation.
I'm reading from the act. Can you?
So, yes.
You're quoting from what you believe board order said. Have you provided any of those in your evidence?
Mr. Neufeld, the board has made commentary on market value on numerous properties.
Have you provided any in your evidence?
No, I have not.
Okay. As this relates to some of these examples you cite,
The page you're referring to in my brief?
I'm just looking for it now. Just a sec. Page 4.
Okay.
You've broken them into two categories. And can you just tell me again what these two categories are supposed to represent?
As I explained, the upper chart, columns 1 through 14, are your access centers, your larger clinics, your service centers, as you can see from the square footages. And below are places that Winnipeg Regional Health rent out. That aren't specifically developed for them.
So I don't want to generalize, but I want to know if your generalization would be that the upper ones tend to be sites that were developed and the ones on the bottom were ones that were rented.
Yes,
Okay. Now, when you look at a compensation that a tenant pays to a landlord developer, are you assuming that the rent in that the document that lists how much they must pay is a rent?
Sorry, what we get on the expense questionnaires as far as what they're declaring their rent, their financials are you?
Okay, but these were sites, the upper ones were sites that were developed. We've got that determined.
Right.
And there's money that changes hands for use of the site. Do you know how the costs to develop related to the money that is being paid to occupy the site?
All we get is what we ask for on the income expense questionnaire. That's where we're basing this on. If there's anything further as far as contractual obligations, if there's anything that we're not privy to, as it's a private document between owner and tenant, I can't comment on that.
Okay. Do you have all the leases on file for the upper ones?
I believe we looked at a few of them. I'm not sure the extent of all of them. I'm going solely from the.
Yeah, I believe I've sent most all of them to the department. So you do have these documents generally. And can you recall what our position has been on these transactions? It's my evidence, so you don't have to answer that question.
I don't feel comfortable in making your argument for you. So no.
Not an argument. What have I told you about these? And again, because I said it, I can testify. You don't have to answer the
If
question.
you're asking me what you've said over numerous appeals over numerous years, and then somehow use it as evidence for me to comment on, I feel that's inappropriate.
Okay, let's just leave it at that, that you can confirm I've made numerous statements on these in the past, correct?
Yeah, I can confirm.
Okay, those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Purvis.
I had a question regarding the parking. So page 6 just says reported parking revenue. You stated that the parking was all under WRHA control, or but they actually charge their staff and employees do pay a parking fee, like they actually collect rent from their staff.
I'm assuming that's how it trickles down. Under contractors, obviously what they pay to the owner. How that may be more than or the same as, but they charge the individual parker or employee of Winnipeg Regional Health. I don't know. I can't comment. There's an increase from that.
Okay, but they do have that's their revenue line.
Yeah, the owner's revenue line is what they're reporting. They may charge more to the individual parker. I don't know. They may give free parking to individual doctors. I don't know.
Okay, so that's what WRHA pays to 549.
Yeah, that's what's on contract with Winnipeg Regional Health to pay the owner. Now, whether a tenant doctor gets free parking under whatever or a regular employee.
Okay, it's not parking rent collected from individual parkers, like an in-park lot where you and I each rent a spot and pay it ourselves. It's not the same.
Yeah, no, it's not the same.
Okay. Wanted to get that clarification because I was just there's one other. I'll hand the floor over to Ms. Wareham while I look for the other question that I had. I lost track of it, so.
Okay, one of my questions was just answered. So I'll just, that's all I have, Madam Chair, for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Just Mr. Cole, did you inspect this property? You said you've been in some.
I've been in the access center. I don't believe I've been up to the administrative level. But the department has been in it, perhaps some help.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Mr. Newfound, you would like to proceed with your brief?
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask you, Mr. Neufeld, to be brief.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Just to cover a bit of ground on the previous questions, parking is, if on the site, is a mix of recovered parking from employees and parking that's included for the employees, and it's all based on whatever union they belong to and whatever contract is in place. This is a requirement for their staffing, and I would agree that nothing turns on it as to we're not missing money that's changing hands, that's for sure. The point is it's a bit overbuilt for the market because we don't usually get situations where the user has to ensure that there's an adequate amount of parking for the employees. Often it's just scramble, go find another space 2 blocks away, it's your problem. For example, the building I'm in, that's what we're all set dealing with. Except I can't say that after you saw me park downstairs. Now, the issues on this property, of course, is the address. This was not selected for market reasons. This was selected for reasons that the provincial government at the time dictated, which would be have an office in the central business area, participate in the redevelopment of Main Street. So we have an artificial construct from the beginning. The second issue on this is that I'm trying to watch my language here because I refuse to call these rents or leases. These are cost recovery tools. All of these centers, and this is what I was asking the assessor about on his top of page 4, were negotiated between a developer and the end user. Colliers actually did the transactional part of it, so I'm not speaking from hearsay. We did these transactions. The major difference between a cost recovery and a lease is a detailed mathematical calculation. Briefly, a lease is based on the remaining economic life of the building and how much money it's going to earn over that time, which is typically about 35 years. It also has a residual at the end, which is very much often just the land component. And those are subtracted from the income required, and then your rent is set on that rate of return. And that's the math on it. Now, the difference on a cost recovery is that the amortization period is shorter. It's based on the length of the loan or the agreement signed for, which in the case, these are all 20-year deals. So the developer needs to recoup his money quicker than on a lease situation. And secondly, he will look to recover everything, including his land. So there's no residual at the end. That's why these cost recovery tools on the assessor's page 4 have such a wide gap. And you can see on the assessor's workup, we're talking about $4 to $5 a square foot. And he's demonstrated exactly what the problem is with the approach of looking at these cost recovery transactions. So going back to the Act says what it would have been if it was offered for sale. It's not about a development project at all. And it's about putting it up for sale. So let's just look at rents and sales and what the market would dictate. And what we did is we take no exception with the ones listed in the assessor's page 4 at the bottom, with the exception that, of course, these are all smaller spaces. And we're talking about a whole building, so they are skewed upwards on economy of scale. We looked at a few, and we had we were looking at transactions. In addition, we had 850 Pembina, which has 3 rents ranging from $15 to $17.92. However, the $17.92 was just vacated. They made the deal before they got expropriated, and had to live through it to term. So that wouldn't have hit. We wouldn't rely on that. 317 Donald, which is the closest comparable of anything. It's in north of Portage, and you can see the rent roll there that they had. The paid rents that they got were, one was $14.10, one was $15.50, and then the last one they signed was $8.50, and those were all within the reference period. The Hargrave one was listed just to show you the pictures of it. The other buildings we were looking at in the downtown area, I'm on page 6. A great example is on the main floor was 330 St. Mary. There's one comp there. So Superior, as you can see, it's connected to the Skywalk. It's not on Main Street. 230 Portage, which is a credit union, which is now a dental clinic. And that's it's got basement space on the gross area. It's 1199. The other point I was going to bring up was the demise of the Manitoba Clinic, which this board will have the opportunity to hear an appeal on March 17th. But it's essentially the similar concept of building a mixed use, office, medical use, and then an office use. And it went bankrupt. It could not bear the weight of the cost that the rents that they're getting. And that's based on our economic times. It went bankrupt in 21. Foreclosure took place in, or surrender took place in early 23, and new assignment of the ownership took place at the end of 23. Although post reference, it was in process. It takes the courts that long to process a bankruptcy, and because the site is generally classified in the downtown area, we also looked at, just trying to see if I could find, oh yes, on our page 43, there are some transactions that are of interest. The first being 325 Broadway, which wasn't even purchased for sale for office use. It's being converted to a hotel. We're talking about the loss of highest and best use. Nobody wants offices downtown. A very common theme. That was 2022. 125 Gary has been on the market since 2016. In late 2022, there was an offer of $11 million on it, and it's larger than the subject. It has its own parkade. Deal fell through. The purchaser thought it failed to pass his due diligence. 155 Carlton sold as a transfer of shares in the third quarter of 2022, and that capped at 9% as an office building beside the convention center. 175 Carlton sold in the same quarter, and I don't have the sale number on it, but we know that that's been converted to multifamily. Again, the market is dying. Page 44, 171 Donald, a former Crosstown Credit Union building, sold for $2.1 million, and that is being converted to multifamily. That's $75 a square foot. Quarter one, 230 Portage, as I mentioned, sold in quarter one 2023, and that rate was in the gross floor area was about 125 a square foot, and that's a conversion from a banking to a medical clinic. 363 Broadway sold in quarter four 2022, again a share sale. That's where the municipal board happens to have its offices in. Underground heated parking. There's even a car wash down there. Got a concierge and a day porter. 12% cap rate in place. Then on the bottom of page 44, another transaction. This one's been bouncing around for quite some time. This is was owned by a REIT and occupied primarily by Bell MTS, and they determined that they were going to move. There was an offer made in quarter one 2023 at $50 a square foot. The owner withdrew his offer, didn't think it was worth it because it was losing so much money and had no hope of refilling it with tenants. And I'm sure we've all heard the news. It was donated to the Métis Federation for a tax receipt. So this is an indication of the market that our subject is located in, and being on Main Street, it's an even more negative market. there is more evidence that has come our way that which we weren't able to present because, well, we were late for one, and secondly, we're still amassing it. But we have come across more rents. We put a rent of $14 a foot, which I think is still high for Main Street. There's nobody on the definition of market value, willing seller, willing buyer, even for renting, on transferred in the market is going to be paying $14, as we've seen. The vacancy in these buildings on our page, what page is this? Sorry, 7 and 8. Now these just I don't, maybe avoid some argument later. This is from June 23 Johnson report, the information in it, and I have the document in front of me. There's not a single transaction in it because they've reported them all that is dated later than January of 2023. It takes time to publish. June is the date of publishing. We are using this document because it's correct. And you'll note that on page the rent, the vacancy rate on the Cs is 21.6, and this is a C. And the reason it's a C is location, a lack of amenities. To give you an idea, there's this crazy debate about building classes is so misleading. I'm in a C. I have underground heated parking. There's a guy at the front door, a security guard. There's a day porter who goes through every day for servicing. We are connected to the skywalk. We can walk to a food preparation facility. We're close to amenities. That's a B. A C has none of that. It's space. And there's the whole concept of what constitutes A, B, or C is far too argumentative, but I'm talking about the solid industry practices that we use. Our people put this on the market to sell or rent. It will be unclassed, because to call it something it isn't is misleading. That helps us. Now, if you have a different opinion, you think it's better than that, well, I don't know what I'm supposed to say to that, but look at the Class B vacancy rates, 15.2%. Look at Class A, 10.4. The overall rate, 18.1. It's not good. And that's why I'm talking about buildings that are going bankrupt, because this is the market has turned, especially downtown. All of these will change. Now, the only issue I have with our preparation is the concept that we have a vacancy rate in one place and a cap rate in another place that would seem to account for two sets of risk levels. And on that basis, I think it's fair that you can't identify risk and try to restate that value in two places. You only get to do it once. And the person who did this went for a 9% simply because of everything I've just said to you. Oh, and there's one other thing. We got a new government now. We've had two new governments since then. They'll be the ones who dictate policy on the future use of this, not the market. So you're a landlord and you got this building and you have a change in government. You know that, and I mean nothing negative nor positive, but our last government actually issued an order, which I think they put through legislation, to cancel a lease on a certain building. So it happens. It's not guaranteed money anymore. But for the purpose of this workup, I would suggest that we could defer to something similar to what the assessor used, and I don't even know what his cap rate was, 8.08, because I think we've taken our risks out in the vacancy. So 938 859. That's actually a value of 11,600,000 and rounded 20,000, 11,620, which is it's a 50-50 split. Indicates for each section of 5,810,000.
So,
I understand.
Mr. Newfeld, excuse me, so you're changing your value at this point?
Yes, I think there's an error here in terms of a double application. So I'm just changing it.
And you're, sorry, this is based on your cap rate change,
Correct.
which is now 8.08, is that?
That is correct.
All right. Okay, Mr. Newfeld, I'm just gonna ask, I'm not sure you're adhering to my suggestion of brief. Can you wrap this up?
I'm done.
Okay, good, thank you. Mr. Cole,
Okay,
questions?
with the last statement that you made, I just want to confirm you have no contention with the 8.08% capitalization rate now?
Well, as my statement was, is that there's two manners of addressing the distress, and we can only pick one, and so we'll stick with vacancy.
Changing page 1. You indicate that there's 300 parking stalls. So there's actually 38 more parking stalls than what we have recorded.
Yeah, but I'm just sorry, just give me a second here. Oh, so if we didn't do it based on the count. There's a note here I read somewhere. If you'll take 297 times 2, that equals 594,000. So we used the actual rental on it and then just applied a 50% expense ratio.
Sorry.
It has nothing to do with accounts.
So you came up with a parking portion that had nothing to do with the counts other than you work backwards from the net to the owner?
Well, that's what the math would show, because if you look on page I'm just looking for the statement. Well, you've got it on your page. Your page 15, 594,000 parking revenue. Half of that is 297,000. That's what was applied.
Okay, you stated that this was a 20-year deal. Can you confirm that that is not the fact, that it is a 25-year lease from 2009 to 2034? Options renewed.
Just give me 1 second on that. There were a couple of transactions here because they changed the size. I just got it all here.
Mr. Cole, can I suggest that we just move on?
If you don't know, you can just say.
No, I've got it. I've got it here. I just it takes me a while. So I've got yes, I'm going to agree. It is a 25-year term in this particular one.
And the option to renew would not be for a 5-year term, it would obviously be for another similar length of lease.
Options.
Because that's what I've seen in the fewer full leases that I've gotten. Usually a similar term, 25-year, 30-year term.
The option, I'm just looking at the option. I don't think anything turns on it, but I don't, there is no option.
Can you confirm that since the building's occupancy in 2009, that there has been no vacancy?
Oh, no, there's been, the users had great vacancies in it. Matter of fact, I believe
Subject
there's,
property, is that
Yeah.
vacancy?
the user has vacancies in it. They're not using all the space.
Let me rephrase this a different way. Has Winnipeg Regional Health paid their rent on the totality of the space since the inception of it's been?
They have paid the compensation for the construction costs on a faithful basis.
So there's been no vacancy.
The landlord has not suffered a financial loss of any sort. The user has a great deal of unused space.
Aside from the differential of rent, your $14 rent is significantly below what's reported. Correct?
No,
Reported $18.54 versus the $14 you're applying.
as I stated, it's not a rent, it's a cost recovery. It's the equivalent of a mortgage. A lease is not a mortgage. It's a different financial instrument. Doing the calculation on remaining economic life and the residual at the end, it's the gap that's supported by your own workup of around a $4 to $5 adjustment.
The vacancy that you're using is Class C.
That's
at
correct.
26%.
That's the one that was applied, yes.
So that would already be at a chronic level. Typically, chronic levels are 20 or greater to 25%.
Yeah, I agree, yes.
Yet there's been no vacancy loss, not a single dollar in this building since it's been constructed and occupied.
As the act states, the value is based on putting it on the market and offering it for sale. When it's offered for sale, any potential user would be very, very concerned about buying a building that where the market for it has died. The investors don't tend to be that stupid.
Okay. On page 2 and on page 5, your brief shows the subject property. The quality of the building. Do you have any interior photographs of the property in your brief?
No, I don't.
Can you please turn to your page 51? Top picture, Class C. Would this not be a better indicator of what a Class C building is?
Page 51, you said?
51. Your brief 51.
I might have a
Top
different,
photograph.
that's
I would agree
that,
with you that
that's an
that's definitely
apartment.
a C.
That's in the apartment category. You'll notice the header on page 50, that's multifamily.
Sorry, I missed that. I apologize. Given the subject property, our main issue here is you're classifying this as a C building versus what you're classifying it as a high-end office medical office.
Well, again, our classification on it, as I mentioned, is the subject of some very idiotic debates, and our brokers would characterize this as C and primarily location driven. Lack of desirability for it, so it's going to rent at a lower level or sell at a lower level. There's not a lot of people interested in buying 74,000 or renting 74,000 square feet on Main Street. If this were located 5 blocks south and hooked on the Skywalk, I wouldn't disagree that you could consider it in the B class with higher desirability.
On your page 44, capitalization rates. 171 Donald, 230 Portage. Those would be better indicators of C.
Donald is a D. 230 Portage. Difficult. I haven't put my mind to this one, but I think it's a low C.
Yeah. So in relationship, what you're asking the panel is to consider this subject property, which has control of the site, attached parking, 2009 year build, up to the standard of occupying a totality and lease approximately 75,000 square feet from a government agency, long-term to be better rated as a C, similar to those two properties.
No, I think that, as I said, the classification issue is idiotic. I've said that statement several times because that's not what the purchaser would consider to say, I'm buying a B, I'm buying an A, I'm buying a C. They're going to look at it and say, what is my ability to lease this building and make money? And it's poorly located and offers is of no interest on the market. And if you want to characterize it as something, you know, it's more, you were looking for a hard and fast distinction. My instinct would say that you're going to put that in the miscellaneous category because of the location deficiencies. These are just, when we use these numbers, the only reason I ever used them on the classing was but because to fit it into Johnson's parameters, because he's inventoried a bunch of buildings together, and it makes it, and we can put them in that particular class, the report, the Johnson report, I'm on the actual pages. They don't even include this building in their classification. I have on separate occasions provided the board and yourself with the statistical analysis that Mr. Croach and then Mr. Johnson used. I guess this would be called a downtown, and his B's downtown. He's got 29 records, and the furthest north he goes is 433 Main, which was converted, and that's where he drew the line.
I just have 2 more questions. Can you, I guess, I didn't find the income and expense questionnaire as reported to the city of Winnipeg's from the property owner. It's not contained within your brief.
We don't have access to it. We don't work for the owner. We work for the tenant.
Okay, can you reviewed it on my brief? Obviously, you read from it. Can you confirm that the reported net operating income when the mortgage costs are redacted out is a little over $2 million for the net operating income?
As I stated 3 or 4 times, and I'll restate this, I'm an appraiser. I'm not someone who off the street who looks at numbers and likes to call a lease or a cost recovery, a mortgage payment, a rent. It's not a rent. You start off with the understanding that this is a cost recovery deal based on recovering all the costs within a shorter period than a lease is calculated. They want to characterize as a rent. I would first of all disagree with the heading. And I'm not doing that because I'm looking to pick hairs or make or find an unreasonable position. We did the deals. WRHA contracted Colliers and they said, we need to build 6 or 7 new access centers. Go out and find us sites, and they pay for it. That doesn't mean it's worth anything. It's like using the cost approach on, and that's exactly what the workup does. If you use this rental analysis, you're using the cost approach, and you're using the mortgage to pay for the cost to build. That's not a rent.
Last question, just because the nature of what's gone on today in the hearing. Did you prepare this brief yourself in totality, or did others?
This was an office preparation.
Is this the first time you're seeing the brief? Did you review it prior to the hearing?
I won't answer that question.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Ms. Warren?
No, mine have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, and Mr. Purvis.
I have a few. This issue of cost recovery versus a lease. Mr. Pollock, you'd said something a few times. It's like a mortgage.
Why do people keep calling me Mr. Pollock? Because you deal with them probably, right?
It's a formal hearing, so.
No. We happen to share the first name. Mine is real, his is not.
Neufeld, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. No offense. I just I heard it used as a nickname, and I find that offensive. I got stuck with this stupid name, and
No, Rocky Politics is a nickname.
Yes, yes. Okay, yes, yeah, that is true. This is so the Pat Burke and Chris Cleverly were the agents who worked on this, and they went out and they found developers in certain areas and gave them the parameters of what they needed to have built, and then they said, what do you need to pay for it? And all the transactions were done on that basis, which is a shorter recovery, including the land. So the owner walks away at the end of it with his project fully paid for, rather than a typical lease, which is has a longer term on it. And I've done the math a few times, and people get bored with it. But if you want to run an Excel spreadsheet for 35 years versus 25 or 20 years on the payments required to pay off, that's the simplest way to do it. And then with the residual at the 35th year, which is going to be land value. The assessor's simplified version of it on his page 4, I think, states it all. It's about a $4 gap, $5 gap on the rent.
So this one, it's a 25-year cost recovery agreement, not a lease. And
right.
So at the end of that 25 years, which looks like it's in 2035, I think.
Yes.
Built in 2010. So then this building converts to the ownership of the WRHA or the province?
No, there's no reversion on it.
549-2301 continues to own it.
That is correct.
So they're just getting all of their expenses instead of amortizing this thing over 40 or 50 years like you would if you built a new office building at, say, the new apartments at 300 Main Street.
Yeah, and exactly, it's the difference between a developer initiated deal and an occupant initiated deal. And there's other variables in it, like, the fact when you're dealing with government, you never know if you're going to get a renewal or not. And you want an ironclad deal to get your recoveries out of it. It's yeah, that's pretty much it.
And then you also talked about the lack of amenities. Just looking on the city's brief, I think has that there's a photo at the bottom of page 3, sort of an aerial shot, like a drone shot of the building.
Right.
On the left side, there's a 2-story building with there's a whole patio up there, isn't there?
Yes, that's correct. It's their smoking room.
So they've got a private patio space. My understanding, there's also like a gym and there's other facilities in this building. So you were talking about the facilities being part of the amenities of the building. So I mean, it's clearly not connected to the skywalk. There's nothing. You don't see anything in any of the pictures.
Well,
showing a bridge for 7 blocks to the rest of downtown.
No,
but there's other amenities in the building that.
But you're bringing up another point here, and I know our chair asked us to be brief, but I guess I can't. So you're renting the whole building, including the gym, including the stairwells, including the common area. If this were on the market and someone did a measure on it, what would happen is that they would have rent of their unit and then use of the amenities, and some would be in common area, some would be whole building. The other issue, which I haven't got into because we haven't done the workup on it, is that analysis. For example, when you refer to the assessor's page 4, the rents on the top are for whole building rents. Now, when you do a whole building rent, you use the gross footprint. Now, the ones on the bottom are for shared space. When you do shared space, you take the vertical penetrations, which are the stairs and the elevators and the lobby, and call them common area, and they never get included in the rentable total, but there's an upcharge on the lease itself for your use of them. So that's another indicate what you really want to do for the best comp is find a whole building rental compared to a whole building rental. The only one in his that is actually done that way is number 24, which is 3401 Roblin, which is another WRHA site at $14. That's a whole building rent. So no matter what they put in it, they're paying the rent for the space. So WRHA doesn't get use of a gym, like you mentioned, 360 Main and 300 Main, they got a gym in there. You rent in the office, you can use the gym, you have that amenity, but and it's provided, and money changes hands, obviously, but it's there. In this case, WHA incorporates that and pays for it in their own site. So there's no amenity provided by the building owner, and there's a disconnect between a whole building rent and a multi-building rent. And the assessor asked me a question if I did it. I would have done this myself, and I would have given you a 300-page document that outlines it all. And this is a simplified version. My short answer is that those amenities, whatever they are, the owner, the user put in, not the owner provided. And that's where the determination of the quality goes. What did the owner give you?
Well, but the owner built all of those facilities at their tenant's request, but you're saying it's not a tenant, but it is a tenant.
Well, we'll call them a tenant.
549 is going to continue owning this building after WRHA's lease is up, whether they renew a lease or move out. 549-2301 Manitoba Limited will continue owning this building.
But they won't give that workout space for free to anybody. You're going to rent it as a full floor. Therefore, it is not an amenity. An amenity is something that is outside the building. And an example is one at my building, we have an amenity of a gym. We can go through the skywalk and use another gym in another building that they've provided for us, but it doesn't comprise part of our rented space. In this case, it does comprise part of the rented space, so that the tenant's already paying for it. And that's when you're renting a property, WHA's got a guarantee to pay the rent regardless of they use the gym or not. In my building, the tenant doesn't.
Sure, but you also get a better rent when you rent the entirety of the building too.
You will, yes, but you've provided it, and then you don't have to pay for it, because it's up to your employees whether they decide to pay for it, and you're offering it to your employees as an amenity. And that's the concept of an amenity. And so when someone is looking to purchase and they're worried about their employees, what can we offer to them? You're on the skywalk. You've got underground parking. You got to pay for it, but you got underground parking, and you've got a food court in front of you. You've got the banks you can walk to, and boy, hope no one takes this the wrong way, but you don't live on Main Street and have to go outside and to go somewhere, because it's not that pleasant a neighborhood most people feel. I have no social comment on it whatsoever.
Sure, but you've got the with this building, it's in its future uses or what have you. It does have a sort of second floor balcony, rooftop patio, so clear from the issues that exist at the street level of Main Street. There's an attached parkade, which right now is fully leased because the tenant has leased it, but you would be able to rent those stalls out at market rates still in a secure parkade. I'm just questioning the statement that there's no amenities in a building that clearly seems to have amenities. There's a parkade attached to it that looks, from the photos that we've seen, is on the lower levels. Access is blocked. You can't just walk into it. It's a secure. It's not a parking lot. It's a secure parkade. There's a rooftop patio. There's gyms. There's facilities in this place that exist. And yes, they are all used only by WRHA because WRHA has exclusive use of the building. Because they've rented the whole space. I mean, I can't use the gym that you get to use at 330 St. Mary because I'm not a tenant.
Well, you can actually, but
Okay.
aside from that,
the one at 360 Main, or the one at 201 Portage, I can't use those gyms. I'm not a tenant at those facilities, so I can't use that space. I'm excluded from it. There just happen to be more tenants in those buildings that then get to use the space potentially or offer it to their employees. I'm just questioning the statement. There's no amenities. I mean, it's that difference between a cost recovery versus a lease. When you're telling me that this is just a cost recovery, well, the building's ownership continues.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ferris, I'm just gonna say Points are taken, and I think we've discussed this topic of amenities thoroughly. We're coming up on an hour on this one property, so
Okay, and then I just have one other question, because you have raised the Manitoba Clinic bankruptcy
all right.
as a potential comparison. It's a medical office. There's risk in medical offices. Manitoba Clinic, the tenants are all individual doctors' offices.
No, it's not like that. They have I don't know exactly their composition, but a group of them were the drivers behind the development, and some of them were also users.
Right.
And then there were others who were not part of the ownership group and were just in the space. And then they also had associated uses. I think there was yes, exactly, and those were third parties and that sort of thing.
Okay, but they didn't have an all-inclusive lease with a government agency or department.
At the time of the bankruptcy, and on their initial development, I don't think that they had a particular plan, but they were determining have care and control over most of the buildings except the main floor. During the bankruptcy process, I believe they downsized and brought in a government agency who ended up buying it. So it was the transaction was differed in our market, but the point was the stability of new build and the whole concept of development.
Yeah, but it was private owners renting out to private tenants.
In the initial
at the time of the bankruptcy, because I'm just because you're
at the initial concept, yes, that was correct.
Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you. And I have no questions. Does either party have a wish for a summation?
Yes, I do. I'll need to address this a bit more thoroughly. This will be part summary argument similar to what you get this board opportunity to speak to the points raised. So just so we can clarify, my comparables used on my page 4 at the top, they are whole building lease outs. They are not, as Mr. Philip indicated. As far as the argument for reducing common areas, I observed the hearing from in 2012, which was the Great West Life hearing, which was an office building, large scale office building. How do you play that out in the marketplace when it's owner occupied? You remove the common areas to make it tenantable similar to larger office buildings in the marketplace. That was specific to owner occupied properties that were multi-tenanted and make it a similar format. In this case here, we're using apples to apple comparison, meaning we're looking at whole buildings that have common areas, amenities that are being leased out. As you see on my comp on through 14, this is exactly the rents that we're putting in place. There is no need to make that reduction. And that order indicated for a office building, a headquarter type building, a large scale building where there was no leases, that would encompass the entire marketplace, similar to the subject property for that. That's not the situation we have here today. So we are making a proper comparison as far as total building area lease outs. That's what the rest of the Winnipeg region health pays for the marketplace. Getting specifically into the quantum ask, we see an agent asking for approximately a 50% reduction in market value from where we have the assessed value. Based on their interpretation that it is a Class C building and should receive a Class C vacancy of 21.6%. When this building won't experience vacancy, hasn't experienced vacancy loss, not a single dollar up to the reference date from its inception. I'd like to point out that the tenancy that is in place is a government agency. Winnipeg Regional Health, if it would be the strength of the tenant, this would be a 10 out of 10. Long-term tenancy, site-specific development, no vacancy loss, right up to the examination of this reference date should indicate what strength of tenancy this would be, and of course the risk that would play into that. So From that point, I think our argument of using marketplace comparables, which are Winnipeg Regional Health, as far as other owners willing to develop their sites specific as comparables, is proper and correct. And given that there's no issue on cap rate, from my understanding, with the Eastern folks issue with vacancy acknowledged as far as a Class C, I think our argument is proper. Lastly, when we get to the numerics of it, when you take out the mortgage expense, they're a little over $2 million for a net operating income. They're declared on my brief on my page 16. Net income, again, 1,150,000. Of course, that is with the mortgage interest. When you take that off or add it back in, so to speak, because we shouldn't be doing that, it's a little over 2 million. We have a net operating income by the subject property of 1.6 million, 1,644,000 approximately. We're 350-ish thousand underneath the performance of the property. Those are the points that I'd like for you to consider. I think our market assessed value for a market is appropriate for model. I think it should be confirmed. Thank you.
Mr. Newfeld?
Thank you.
Your summation?
I do. Firstly, the whole concept that building it hasn't suffered a vacancy and the government's the tenant, who cares? That's not how valuation is done. It is done irrespective of who the tenant is, because we're dealing with ad valorem valuation of for assessment purposes. You heard the definition read on what constitutes value: willing seller, willing buyer. We're not assessing the strength of the WHA or the Manitoba government. We're assessing the strength of the building. And when you put risks on it, you say, well, it hasn't had a vacancy. The market has had a horrible vacancy. And the market is based on if someone's going to buy it, and they're going to have to worry about keeping tenants in there for the long term and worry about the changes. Now, there was an article we didn't, I mentioned the article, the concept of the government going ahead and canceling leases. It's been done. So it's, regardless of that, it's still the market that determines the risk level of a building. And you can't take one building. Let's put this building side by side with 333 Main, which is a better building, better location that they gave away. What's the difference when you're looking at the market? It's telling you that the market has a problem. This one has been reinforced by artificial structure. And were it placed on the market, as the Act suggests, we're going to see a significant discount. First of all, I am an accredited appraiser. I did not prepare this because if I prepared it, I have to write an appraisal. I can only appear before you on a consulting basis and discuss what others have done and provide you with some general information about how the market works. The way the market works and what the evidence showed is they're going to get $75 a square foot when they sell it, because it's going to go to an alternate use. It will not be an office building if it were put on the market, because there's no demand for it. It will be a conversion of some sort. And that's how you assess properties. The fact that we say we want a significant reduction, well, you know, the Act that we were all working with still calls for reassessments to be done every 2 years, because the legislators, in their wisdom, determined that the market must change and we have to keep up with the market. Well, the market dropped like a rock, and that's the problem we're dealing with. The interest rate that the Bank of Canada charged, it's in my report, on April 1st, 2021 was 0.50%. Our reference date, it was 4.75%. That tells you need to squeeze more money out of your building, and if you can't, you're going bankrupt because your mortgages are going up. And even though we don't consider them for valuation, they're the ones that cause a building to go bankrupt. You can't pay your mortgage. A capitalization rate wasn't invented for us to discuss and on its merits. It was invented so that the bank knew you made enough money to pay your mortgage. So the bottom line on all of this, I think, is very, very clear. We have an assessment system that misapplied their parameters. They call it high quality. They called a basic office a high quality medical. It's not. And the assessor in supporting it stated, what would the market be if it were developed to a site? Now you can go back in the tape and listen to what he said again. That is the market I looked at. I looked at other developments that were for regional health. Well, that's completely at odds with what the Act states. On that basis, the assessor's workup fails the burden of proof, which the Act also says. He's proving his case by telling you got a development deal. I outlined the mathematical differences in a cap rate versus a rental rate. And that's because I wasn't looking more or less for an adjustment of any sort. I was simply saying that if you know your business, you're not going to chase a development rate because that's misleading. In my business,
Belt, I'm just asking for a summation, okay? You're already going on for 5 minutes. If you could just wrap this up, please.
I realize I caused this delay and I'm sorry for it, but I don't know what our alternatives are. I don't want to give up and present this properly and deal with the issues brought before it. I don't want this going for further appeal. I don't want to cause the city to have to pay a refund once it goes to municipal board. I'd like to deal with this today. We put together sorry, now you lost my train of thought because I was really close to being finished and made me forget. I'm not blaming you. I just okay, I think the rest. Oh yes, there was this classification issue. I told you several times that's complete nonsense. Nobody buys and sells on class or what you deem it is. It's the interest in the market. This building will generate no interest in the market. It doesn't matter what class, what amenities you have. You still have no users. Nobody wants to be on Main Street at this location, except for institutions that deal with the less fortunate members of our society, which therefore those organizations don't have the financial ability to pay high rents unless they're subsidized by government. Those aren't market deals. If we're at Portage in Maine, we're having this debate, rents would be higher. That is my summation. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, are you all right to move on to the next item, or do you want to take a recess now?
I'm good to do another one.
Yeah, I'm fine, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 2, which is 677 Portage Avenue. Again, I'm just going to reiterate that that property took us over an hour, which case if we follow that trend with the docket, we will be here until after 6 this evening. I don't think anybody wants that. So if everybody could just keep brevity in mind, that would much appreciated. Mr. Cole, if you would like to proceed.
File number 243766, roll number 130500222500. Civic address is 677 Portage. The 2025 assessed values for 991,000, lots coded 60, taxable. We have year built of 1968. Leasable area of approximately 9,240 square feet. We turn to page 2 and 3. It is an owner occupied property. It's on the corner of Maryland and Portage. It is a former bank occupied by Spectrum Health Center. I took a quick look at this property just to make sure it was recorded properly. I looked for permits. I didn't find anything of any value as far back as I looked. It is and does appear to be a full health clinic. So it looks like the property was converted over from a bank. I'm not sure if it was convoking a permit or not. I haven't been in this property and I have no file photos of this property. So when I looked at this property, on page 5 is my workup. We have approximately $8.93 square foot average applied to this. There's a standard finish, there's the basement leasable area, kind of substandard leasable area, as you see from the $5, $2.70% rents. Generally speaking, it's a lower class property. So the numerics of what it is, I'll briefly go through them. We have again that rent of $9 or $8.93 applied to the average as an average rent applied to the property, which gives a effective potential gross income $82,564 with a 6% vacancy, gives a effective gross income of $77,610. Expenses at 3%, shortfall at $8 gives us a calculated or gives us net operating income of $70,843, capped at 7.15%. Leads us back to the rounded to $991,000. Realistically, when I looked at it, as far back as I can tell, this has been occupied by a clinic. Went online, that's from their website, with the reviews, it's clearly medical clinics in totality, it's owner occupied. So when I looked at the property, in that vein, the only thing that would change would be a vacancy, approximately 5.5% would be applied to the property. So for rent comparables, I went to North End Marketplace because, quite frankly, that's what would be renting, considering that this property, I'm assuming, is still not a bank, and it's been changed over to suit an office medical type environment. So obviously, these are lower comparables that we have. The average for the 27 comparables, $11.63, weighted average of $12.46, and a median of $12.37. So this is throughout the city. The closest comparable would be 288 up in Marion. But realistically, this is as low as you typically would find office medical buildings. And this is still assessed considerably lower at $8.93 on average. So when we look, I reviewed it, and I'm not asking for an increase, obviously, but the revised income is on page 8. That's simply with the change to vacancy, saying look at around a $10 rent that I would apply to it, 5%, 5.5% for vacancy. Numerics applies forward down, same as the other workup. I get about a $1.1 million, $1,121,000 assessed value. So unless there's been some mistake and this has just been missed, that this is an office medical building, I'm not asking for an increase, but I do think the property owner is at the benefit that it has been misclassified or has been reviewed and to have this reviewed. Once we get back to this format, but I was waiting to hear from the appellant and the tribunal as well, just to clarify what the property is currently being used. So with that, on page 10 starts the income expense questionnaire, again fully indicating that they are unoccupied. And I think there's a question on that. With that, I'm going to do questions.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, questions?
Yeah, starting page 1, wall height, is that an external measurement?
It says 16 feet.
Is that an external measurement?
I didn't do the wall, that's what we have on record. It would be from the floor up to the ceiling joist.
Your testimony today is to the ceiling joists?
Well, it would be the date and whatever the levels are, the clear span. I haven't been in the building, Mr. Neufeld. If I'd been in the building, then I'd be able to confirm what was actually being used for.
Okay, well, I've asked this question 1,000 times, and I've always been told it's to the outside measurement of the top of the deck. Today, you're the first person who's ever said it's to the bottom of the ceiling joist.
Building it is, what depends what kind of roof structure.
Pardon me?
Depends what kind of building it is, what kind of roof structure. Industrial, different.
I'm sorry, a point of order, this assessor's making this stuff up. It's not what is the case. I thought he'd answer
Sorry, Mr. Neufeld, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
I said that this, on a point of order, the assessor's making this stuff up and he's misleading you. That is not what they've stated 1,000 times previously.
Okay, Mr. Newfeld, I don't think he is intentionally
No, I'm not, I'm not saying intent.
misleading, or he is giving us the information as best as he knows, okay? If you can proceed, please.
Okay, on that basis, you say you've never been in this building to verify these,
No, I
that your
have not.
statement? Okay,
No, I've not. I just simply looked at the website and one indicated what they occupy the building as.
page 5, was this all done by the model?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell me what floor each of these are on? Like some are identified. I see the first premise ID. Would that be the main floor?
C9 basement leasable area and 08.
4,159 square
Are
feet,
you looking at page 5?
page 5. 4,159 square feet. Is this the main floor area?
I can't hear what you said.
Really? Oh. Sorry, am I having a malfunction here? Is it
No, I
everyone?
think you need to turn your volume up.
My volume?
If to try and answer your question, the premise ID number 26479, which is listed as basement leasable, is obviously in the basement at 2,000 square feet. And premise ID number 32662, which is substandard basement, which is 2,159 square feet. So you have those two units in the basement. That's why they have a $5.05 rent for leasable area, and then a substandard finish as well for $2.74.
Sorry, and the ones marked storage mezzanine, they are all in what's deemed to be a mezzanine level?
If it's just straight storage, it falls under that classification. Doesn't necessarily mean it's mezzanine storage or mezzanine.
And have you reviewed previous notes made by other assessors on this property?
I didn't find anything as far as I looked back to see what permits were and what permits were taken out to change it from a bank use over to an office medical. I didn't find anything of nominal, anything more than nominal value.
I'm just asking about the other assessors' notes. Nothing? You didn't read them?
No, I looked back a number of years. I haven't seen this being reviewed, meaning someone already reviewed it and kept it as such as an OFS, or should it be changed to an OFM?
And plan area is 4,159 square feet, correct?
That's what we have on record.
Okay. And the rest that's on page 5 is all the model. Page 5 and page 6 is all by the model.
Yes.
And do you have any rents from the particular subject area?
Not for office medical of this nature, no. Usually they're usually if they're in a better quality building with a higher rent. I wanted to avoid that given the nature of the property, that it was a lower class building.
When you say medical, this is chiropractic, correct?
That's a medical service.
It's a chiropractor, correct?
Yes,
Is the vault still in place?
I would assume so. That would be difficult to remove a vault, but I think you just leave it at.
Does the vault go through to all levels?
I couldn't say. I didn't inspect the property.
Okay. Can you use the vault?
From my market review of the banks that have been converted over to OFM, some have.
Note this building. Can you use the vault?
I can't tell you.
Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis.
Sorry, I don't have any questions.
Ms. Wareham.
None, Madam Chair, thank you.
I also have no questions. Mr. Newfeld, if you would like to proceed with your brief, please.
Thank you. The building was converted from a bank. The exterior height is 16 feet. The interior clear is less trusses, probably around 13.5 feet. So the concept of a mezzanine, I've been up there, of course, is a joke. You need 8 feet height. And your deck between different levels is going to be at least a foot thick. So the upper level which was an add-on mezzanine and was rented for a brief time to a financial planner, being the 335 square feet, is not a legal mezzanine in terms of meeting code. They do use that area, so we have included it. The basement is part service and part exercise room. I was down there with an assessor, two assessors several times. I remember, I believe the first one was Merrick Floric, and we went out and we measured the amount of space used in the basement for the exercise room at 2,000 square feet. The rest of the basement was occupied by services, because of course buildings need services. They don't. This building built in 1968 will have basement services. There is a vault in place. As with all vaults, they go through all levels. The lower level is non-functional. I did not measure the vault. The upper level is actually functional. They have converted it to an X-ray room because the thickness of the walls protect people from X-ray being exposed to X-rays. Probably the first time I've ever seen an actual good reuse of a bank vault. So we're not disputing the 4159 on the main floor, not disputing the 335 that had space, nor the 2,000 square feet of exercise room. The rest of it is a waste of space, is service area, not rentable. You cannot rent a 6.5 foot mezzanine to anybody. You will not get a permit on it. As the owner, you can use it. Because there was past use, we decided that it belongs. Now, the other issue on this, and on page 1, there's an overhead view, and you'll notice that they do have parking at the rear, and that parking's for approximately 6 cars. So on the question of legality, they would come under the classification on our page. I'm looking at the parking. I think it's page 16 for, I'm having a problem reading today, sorry. I think that's class code 20 for parking, that is. I'm just looking for if there's a separate medical usage here. Okay, we would have to call this class 20 for parking category, and that is under personal services. So the requirement is 1 stall for each 250 square feet of floor area over 2,000, and that's usable floor area. So on the assessor's calculation of measurement, what you would do is take his total 9248 that he's suggesting, subtract 2,000 for one space, 7248 divided by 250 is 29 stalls, plus the one for the 2,000. You need 30 parking stalls under the parking bylaw. So he's presented an illegal use to you because there is no parking variance. And just so we don't have to go through this, street parking doesn't count for anything. This is for occupancy permit on a site. So they have used it for their purposes. Their usage has been accepted as what we call legal non-conforming or grandfathered, but it is based on a smaller area. And at that time, when they first got it, they were actually renting stalls from workers' compensation next door. That's now owned by Norway House, and they no longer have the parking. So but they still manage to keep their occupancy on the market. It's a detriment to value. We looked at rents in the area, and I'm sorry, we have a few rents listed on page 3. They all happen to be in the neighborhood. We didn't have to go to St. Vital for them. Sherbrooke, Portage, Notre Dame, and we have a range of rents between 274 to 1240 a square foot. And we allocated it on the basis listed on page 1, 12 for the main, 8 for the now unusable mezzanine that's developed, and 2,000 for the exercise area. That's all that can be rented. The rest, you cannot arbitrarily assign a rental rate to a space you cannot get an occupancy permit on. Used a vacancy rate that was based on what we had discussed earlier, in this case on our page 6. This would be a suburban rate, and you can see that there's categories. It's the left-hand columns in page 8 in suburbs. We have A, B, C, medical, miscellaneous, and an overall of 11.4. We used 11.4. That was the decision made because this was a bank. Now it's a chiropractor's office, and it's likely as a future use community service office. So we used the overall rate that seemed reasonable. In terms of capitalization, the issues, I think I've outlined most of them. It's small, it's locationally deficient, no parking, low parking, I should say. That mezzanine space and the basement space is legal non-conforming. So on the marketplace, someone's going to buy it. All they know they're going to get to rent is 4,159 square feet. That's all they can offer. Now, the space that's there that can be used as an amenity by the user for non-human habitation storage, but that's not going to produce value for the user. And that's our presentation. And I have inspected this, I don't know, 8 times. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cole, question.
Leading into that, you've inspected it, yet there's no pictures and photographs describing the space, or showing the space, quality of the space in your brief. Did you not take any pictures while you were on site for obviously automation purposes?
No, there are no interior pictures. We have several dozen interior pictures that were not provided.
Why were they not provided?
That's an internal issue that happened. Nothing to do with, incidentally, since you brought that point up, I know that the assessors who I accompanied on the 2 times took several pictures. So they would also be in the assessment department archives. When we've overburdened the people with pictures, there's no point bringing more. And oh yeah, there's another issue. When we first took the pictures, the Privacy Act hadn't been enacted. Now it has been. So we would have to redo pictures and get written permission. And as a medical facility, we're not doing that sort of work anymore. In terms of violation of the Privacy Act, there are some obstacles and barriers.
Next question would be, this was a former bank?
It was a Royal Bank in the past.
It was the purchaser who bought the building, bought it directly. There has been no occupancies since. Meaning the owner occupier bought this from the bank and immediately occupied. There has been no other.
I think that's the case. It's in my older records. I've known them since 2003, so I believe they purchased it before then directly.
Yeah, and for as far back as I can check or remember, it's always been Spectrum in there.
It has been that since I've known them, which dates to, I believe, 2003.
You indicated on-site parking. All things aside from that, generally there's about 6 stalls out back. That's used for the ownership group and their employees.
I don't know what the use is.
Meaning a patient of or client of the clinic can't park there.
I don't think there's any capacity. There's 2 doctors and I believe 3 assistants and reception. So that kind of takes up all their parking.
That's what I'm getting at. They're generally not saying to their tenants or their clients, I should say, you can park out back. That's reserved for the staff.
Yeah, I believe most of them, they try to put their hours and times when street parking is available.
You indicated, there is a lab and an exercise room.
A lab, no, there would be, there's, some examination rooms on the upper level, and there's the old vault, that's the X-ray facility, and then the lower level is the 2,000 feet has been they put padding down on the floor, and they have a variety of stretching exercises stations for people for doing some rehab in.
So basically, you and further to that, you would need storage as well. If you're going to be taking x-rays, whether they be digital or old school, you'd be storing them. You would need some form of storage to operate clinics such as nature or
I don't.
dental, chiropractor.
No, I think everything's electronic. There's no more paper storage requirements. I lost several medical facilities I looked at. Everybody's hooked up online. So if you walk into one doctor's office, he downloads your records from the central database. There's no more storage requirement. And as far as the exercise equipment, it's just all laying out there on the floor.
It rephrase that a different way. When this building was taken over, at that point, there would probably need paper copies or any form of storage that you would need.
Yeah.
But
Well, I don't think it's any pertinent, but my memory, and I can refresh my memory. I believe that the historical paper storage was always on the first floor.
on site, or I should say, there is lunchroom facility, bathroom facility. Right? Was that up on the main floor? Or is that on the basement?
Restrooms are on the main level, and lunchroom. I believe it's on the main floor. I can, if you figure it's important, I can go review my data, but
Well, you are moving square foot area, so I'm trying to determine without pictures where that square foot area is coming from.
well, I would rephrase it in terms without inspection that you can't make an assumption one way or another. I'm saying upon inspection, and you ask me questions that test my memory. Paper storage was on the main. The lunchroom, I believe, was on the main at the northeast side, and all restrooms were on the main. The only usage in the basement was the wide area, 2,000 feet for exercise. And the only usage on the 300 feet above was a reception and private office with a 6.5-foot ceiling. And they used the chiropractic center's restrooms, and they had to go through the chiropractic office to do it. So it wasn't separately demised. I think we left that area in only because they had established a previous use for it. Looking at it today with modern building code, we'd never include the mezzanine area because you couldn't legally rent it. You couldn't meet current occupancy bylaws and codes for it. And as far as the basement, we would call it 2,000 feet of accessory use. We don't deny that there's value to the user in it.
Last question. Came in and went directly from bank to the current owner and was reconstructed, I'm assuming reconstructed to fit a chiropractor medical kind of tenancy, obviously owner occupied. Has there been any permits taken out on this? If so, when? By the owner?
Reconstructed is a rather a gratuitous observation. They took it as is and removed the bank counters and put in desks. That's about it. I told you they had a reuse for the vault. They spent Yeah, I'm just making light of this, but like it's one of those $1.95 conversions. There was no money spent on it to speak of. The basement, as I told you, they laid down mats.
What I'm indicating is the branding from Royal Bank would obviously be ripped out. Everything would be, there would have to be some form of a renovation converted over from office areas to rooms for patients. There would have to be some form for the people waiting to get in to see. There'd have to be some work done on the property to convert it from a bank.
Well, first of all, removal of the Royal Bank's image package is always done at their cost because they, of course, don't like it to fall into anyone else's hands. They remove it and strip it of all that identifying information. My inspections on it show that it was a very, very minimal. It could have been a home done job. I know the ownership group, and I know that they have done have some competency in carpentry work. One of the doctors, I don't see it as being real professionally done. They had a space and they used it. I mean, the permits I'm looking at, and they date back to. Oh, okay. I have an answer for your question. Had you looked up the permit 01183257 taken out in August 1st, 2001, it would say occupancy only for a clinic occupying an existing tenant space. No building alterations. There's your answer. Nothing.
Yes, I did look at that and there was virtually no value to it. My point is, if the bank stripped out their space, how much of it has been needed to be redone? How much of it had to be redone in order to be used now? There had to have been something done to it, and I don't see any pictures in your brief. So with that, I'll leave it as such. Thank you.
Well, you're asking me to prove a negative. You don't do that. It's a negative. Nothing of substance.
Mr. Purvis, any questions?
I don't, sorry, I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wareham.
I do not, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one brief question then, Mr. Neufeld. You have visited this property many times, as you stated. What would you say the quality overall is of the interior?
It's a wonderful 1968 vintage building. Just try to be a bit flippant here. There's been no changes of any substance. What I can say is it is a very well-built building in the 60s. The HVAC systems were overdone for the bank usage and are still in place. It's vintage 68.
All right, thank you. Does either party have a wish for a summation?
No, I don't.
I do. Sorry, this area and the square footage has been debated every single time we go forward, and I've been told by the last 6 assessors that they try to correct this rentable area in the system, and no one's ever done it. So we're doomed to bring this to appeal every 2 years to get it changed because they will not remove this space. It's obsolete space. It can't be used. It's not rentable. Under my standards, under anybody's standards, the city of Winnipeg standards, it's not usable space. You can't charge someone a rent for space you can't use. And that's the main issue of differential here. It's great for my business because I get to build them every 2 years for my work, but it's bad for the city and it's bad for the occupant to keep having to do this. It is essentially today 4,159 square feet of main floor space on Portage Avenue with no parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Al, are you all right to proceed with item 3, or do you want to take a brief break now?
I could take a 5-minute break, Madam Chair, if possible.
All right.
Works for me.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call this hearing back to order. We are moving on to item number 3, which is 1031 Portage Avenue. Mr. Neufeld, there was tax and liability that you were questioning on this property, but I understand you're withdrawing that.
What was the file number?
It's file 243484. It's 1031 Portage Avenue.
Uh, 20. Sorry, you said 3484?
24-3484.
Okay.
That's the file number.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, we can withdraw that. Yes.
All right, and thank you. So, yep, we are looking at assessed value here. If you'd like to proceed, Mr. Warren.
Sure, file number 243484, roll number is 13020667000, 1031 Portage. The assessed value for the 2025 cycle is 1,928,000. We have it already as classified 40S. Property was built in 1928. We have an effective age of 72. We have an overall leasable area of 30,918 square feet. If we look to page 2 and 3, we have this classified as a C. What we'll get going on that is parameters is that it is a lower grade C. Given the nature of the age of the building. It is on Sherbrooke and Portage. It's owned by Addictions Foundation in Manitoba, and they operate out of it, so it's occupied. You look on page 4, look at 5, our comparables. This is citywide. We have an average, we have a total of for the marketplace 329,000 or so square feet. Average rent of $12.25, weighted average of $12.11, and median $12. We have a number of comparables on Portage, given comparable 8, 17, 18, 19, 22, 27, 28, sorry, 29, 43, 52, and 53. But they are all, as you can see, in that 12, really 12 to $13 range. But as we see from our parameters on page 6, we have made a reduction downwards property. So for 30,918 square feet, we have an average of $7.41. So that's quite a bit below what the market is, but that is a reflection of the physical building is, the quality of the building is. So from that, we get a potential gross income of $229,280. We apply a 13% vacancy, again, the greater vacancy market. We have effective gross income of $199,474. Expenses at 3%, shortfall at $10, gives us a net operating income of $153,297, capped at 7.95%, leads us to the 1,928,000. If we look on page 9, we see that this is the income expense submitted to the department. It is owner occupied. They are reporting the costs. And on page 10 shows that the tenancy is of the owner. So they occupy the complete building. So with that, any questions?
Thank you. Neufeld, questions?
Yes. Now you mentioned Addictions Foundation. Now, just for the background, they also own the building next door at 1041 Portage, part of the same operation. Or were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, so you have the two older buildings side by side, run by Addictions Foundation, and I'm just wondering. We dealt with the other building 1041 with a different division in the assessment department. I believe they were, I don't know what division they were. I think multifamily for some reason, or maybe it was industrial. Why would these be differently treated in your department? One office, which is your division, and one a different one. Do you any reason for that?
I can't comment on anything but that, I'm unaware of what you're getting at.
Well, you were not getting at something. I'm asking a question. We had two different divisions dealing with it. Why weren't they dealt with on the same? I just seems strange.
You're raising a matter live in appeal without contacting me before hearing of matters which aren't under appeal for the subject property. I'm not sure what you want me to say.
I just ask a question. That we don't know what you're going to say. Okay. It's I can tell you that they dealt with it in a different approach to value being a cost. I'm just wondering why this one is being dealt with on the income basis.
It's an office building used as such by the owner. It's an income producing property is how we value it. Whether it's occupied or leased out to the marketplace, it's treated the same way. Are you saying there's a different use here in place?
No, I'm just saying that they're both.
Multifamily building? I don't know what you're
No, no,
getting at.
they're both the same use. I'm just wondering why they weren't assessed the same way. Perhaps I'm just curious. Now, on your page 1, you have a effective year built. How was that arrived at?
I did not investigate that heavily. We have like I highlighted an actual year built in 1928. We have an effective age of 1972. Obviously, a 100-year-old building would have to have renovations over the years to keep up.
I'm just wondering what you can tell us of a fact today of anything that was changed.
I did investigate the effective year built. It's small. I hear that it's used, it's occupied.
Okay, you didn't investigate was the answer. Now on page the workup on it, page 6, this was all done by the model.
Yes, it was.
And did you, when the model was told what it was, did someone say to it was 1972 construction?
Can you rephrase your question? I'm not sure I understand.
What was the
The
input?
model was told, like, that's what you said.
Was the model input value on age 1972?
Yeah, it would be using effective age to generate the rent. Yes.
Okay. Would that number have varied had the year of 1928 been entered?
Speaking most likely, but you don't have 100-year-old buildings that have never had a renovation to it.
It's not the question. That's an argument. Why on page 6 is this split into 3 premise IDs?
Have the main floor, they have the upper floors, and the substandard basement.
How many users are in the building?
1.
So you have 1 user. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to put it all, if you're using the income approach, on 1 tenancy?
No, you'd have to differentiate a main floor. You'd have to differentiate the basement, and then the upper floor would be as such.
Is it demised for separate rental on each floor?
I haven't inspected the building. I couldn't comment on that, but I would assume no.
Okay. And sorry, just one sec here. The vacancy at 13%. I don't understand where this came from. Do you have a C-class office rating?
Yes,
Is that what it is? And but
that's model driven C.
C and your class systems in your system assessment system. How many different classes do you have for suburban office?
Suburban office, OFS, we have 1.
Oh,
OFS.
OFS is 1. Will this class C, is this a downtown classification or is it a Winnipeg designation?
Sorry, can you rephrase that? I can't hear you.
Yeah, I don't know what the story is here, why the sound is off, but first,
Mr.
Um,
Newfeld, I think it's because you're moving. Your head is moving quite constantly. So
oh,
moving away from your speaker.
okay, maybe I need some ADD meds here. Okay. Uh, how many different office classifications are there in the city? What are they?
There are numerous, OFA, OFB, OFC, OFD, OFS, OFM, generally are the main ones.
Okay, so in this case, an OFC was applied to a suburban office. And I'm just trying to understand this because in the past I've seen mostly just OFS applied to.
There are OFCs and OFBs, they're all
Okay,
throughout the city. 61 Portage is an OFB all day long.
sure, okay. I
1740 Wellington is a class C. Right over by
okay,
the airport.
all right. Now, where are these standards published?
Sorry, what does this have to do with my brief?
Where are they published?
We have them. Sorry, I have to ask a point of order here. I can't go on a trail of answering questions. This has come up numerous times. Is this related to my brief in some way?
Yeah.
Or can at least get the point of the
Yeah, Mr. Newfeld, is your question going to lead somewhere concrete?
Absolutely,
In reference to the brief?
absolutely.
Right, we have a published document to the marketplace. I'm sure you've seen it, other agents have seen it, where we declare what our parameters are. I'm not,
Is that, you're saying that's in the general reassessment category document?
yeah, I recycle, it comes out, every agent gets it. What's that?
No, those just state what your applied rates are. I'm just looking for the physical definition. Is it published anywhere?
No, I don't believe you publish that to the public.
Okay. And same question on the cap rates. Are these published anywhere what the changes, what the parameters, what the ranges are for both an input and when a value changes? Can the public see it?
Like as far as individual cap rates for individual properties or just general?
Yeah, like an
Everything's
example.
released in the same report that we've already referenced.
Well, I understand that there's a certain amount, but one of the questions you'll probably often get asked is where's the border on rate changes based on age and capitalization? Is that published?
Not sure how to answer your question. You seem like you wanted to know how the model generated or how the capitalization rate was indicated.
Yeah, well, perfect comparison is the Regina and Saskatoon. They'll give you details. They'll say a building built before 1955 is this rent and then 1.5% higher after and thereon. Therefore, the rest of it. Does the city publish how the model assigns rates?
They don't publish how the model.
Okay.
I mean, that's not a fair question, I would say.
Well, I'm just asking if it's published. I think I still believe in no taxation without representation.
Mr. Newfeld?
I'm getting there. Don't worry. I'm just understood.
Well, I think I've given you lots of latitude, so I would just like a question regarding the brief.
Well, I was bad at the beginning, but this day was never going to end on time, regardless. The rent applied. You've given a couple of pages of rents. These, I take it, are these applicable to the subject?
No, this is establishing what the OFC marketplace is, and in relation to it, generally the lower classing of this C, an OFC would be a C minus, should indicate a lower rent than the market. So what we have, as I indicated, we have a rent applied to it overall of $7.41 below what the average is. Around $12 or so, over $12. So we've, from a department standpoint, we downgraded the building to reflect what it believes are most likely for the marketplace, which isn't near $12.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wareham, any questions?
None, thank you, Madam Chair.
And Mr. Curtis?
I'll try to keep this brief. Looking at page 8 of your brief, you've got the city's cap rate study.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it fair for me to state that with the office building class, that the higher the classification, the cap rate's lower for an A than it is for a B?
Generally, yes.
Right. The better the nicer the building, the lower the cap rate.
Well, in theory,
Yeah.
As you class the buildings, as you go up in class, those buildings generate more per square foot. So therefore you have a better investment, more demand for that, obviously, your capitalization.
Right. They're more desirable to investors.
Exactly. It generates more money.
So looking on page 8, you've got in here, it's got the OFA, OFB, and then the OFS numbers. And I understand that the table here isn't the complete cap rate table for the city. Right. So looking even though at the OFB, the range is 7%. So it shows a high and low of 7%.
For
an office,
Yeah.
a downtown B, OFB.
Yeah.
Okay. So should we wait for Mr. Neufeld to return? Thank you, Mr. Neufeld.
So I was just closing my door. I was listening. Don't worry.
And then when we look at the OFS, the range is 5.25 to 6.75.
Right.
Okay, and you've applied a cap rate of 7.95.
Right.
Okay, so it's and then even looking at the comps with the Colliers, CBRE, Cushman Wakefield, I'm assuming the cap rate for an OFC would be even higher than the 7-point range.
Model driven, we're almost at 8. So yeah.
Right. Okay, so it's definitely exceeding what the city's OFS cap rate would be as well.
No, that works in the opposite way. The higher cap rate you go, maybe I'm hearing this wrong, but
So I'm just looking on the table, the OFS for the city is this is suburban, right? Because when you look at the map, the city has sometimes like where downtown is versus where the suburbs are. And I think that's what Mr. Neufeld was getting at. But the suburban cap rate for the city is 5.25 to 6.75. Would be where the model would typically. Right. So, okay, that's my question. I just wanted to clarify.
What I'm saying is if you divide by a lower cap rate, you get a higher increase in value.
Right.
In an 8 point, almost an 8-point cap, you get a lower value. As you go down, like this is if I'm not hearing, I'm thinking you're reversing that, or the greater.
No, I'm just confirming that it would be the assessed value is going to be lower if you're comparing two properties that otherwise look the same or are similar. Right. So an office building that's an office C and an office suburban, the office suburban is going to, in all likelihood, have a higher assessed value based on these cap rates if everything else is equal. And we're just comparing cap rates. The suburban is going to have a lower cap rate, is going to have a higher assessed value.
Well, it depends on suburban has a greater range. Like when you look at OFA, OFB, OFC, OFD, they're definitely level. They're class unto themselves. They're more uniform, whereas suburban office has a greater range of age, makeup, size, obviously location, as in downtown. You're going to have a wider range of capitalization rate for that. But generally speaking, the higher capitalization rate that you apply to a property's net income lowers the value.
Correct.
The lower the capitalization rate, the net income increases the value.
what I guess I'm getting at is, no, Mr. Neufeld seemed to really raise this issue quite a bit about where this building's located and how you've classified it. If you'd classified it as an office suburban, wouldn't the model have given it a lower cap rate at 7.95%?
It wouldn't have given it quite as low. It may have dropped it a little bit. You're looking at the age of the building, obviously, the age, 1972 is the effective age. You're also looking at the size of the building. Size of the building is still, around 30,000 square feet. It is on portage, so all those things go into consideration. It wouldn't necessarily drop it down to further where it is, like it might be at around 7.25 or whatever would have to be. I'd have to rerun the number to see what it would produce, but potentially, but I wouldn't think it would be that much of a change. It's not like we're saying this building's a newer building and you move it to more of a suburban location. Yeah, you get a better capitalization rate depending on the physical nature of the building, but all things being equal, it's still an older building. That's what we make an allowance for.
Okay, no, I think you're thinking I'm being more combative than I am. I'm looking at the city's table.
Yeah.
And it gives a range at the bottom 80th percentile, 6.75.
Yeah, and usually those are
So
small.
if we rank this building as a suburban building, the cap rate would probably be like 7.95 would be putting it at the 95th percentile of the office.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
So this cap rate's more favorable to a building owner.
Oh, exactly, no, precisely.
Yeah, okay, thank you. We were having a lengthy discussion about what class of building this is, which is very arbitrary. Mr. Neufeld identified that in previous hearings and in earlier today that it is very arbitrary. And I just wanted to clarify that it's actually more favorable to be an office C than it is to be an office suburban. For cap rates, purely from cap rate. I know there's all sorts of other advantages and disadvantages to other parts of the city.
If we would leave the exact, if I would just put a property type class code, manually change it to an OFS, it might drop it a little bit. But what I'm saying is the model would still recognize the physical building, right?
Yeah, it's old.
So.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions.
Thank you. And just for clarification, Mr. Cole, you did not inspect this building, correct?
No, I have not.
Okay, and you don't have any notes as to the quality of the building?
Other than that, it is generally a lower class C.
Right.
And I don't disagree, given what the model put on it. My main concern coming into appeal that it was fully used by the property owner, which would get the exemption. It has to be used and occupied, so it sounds like it is completely used and occupied part of this issue.
All right, and we are in agreement that page 8 of your brief with your cap rates. There is no class C, correct?
So we haven't.
All right, thank you. Mr. Neufeld, you would like to proceed?
Thank you. I was sorry. I'm a little wondering if I could get something clarified on the last round of questioning on cap rates. I thought in the beginning of the discussion between Mr. Purvis and Mr. Pohl, there was some discussion about a statement made that the cap rates went lower as you descended from A to C, and I think you probably meant value. I'm not sure, but you all mentioned the rate, as the rate would go lower as A to C, but then later on in the discussion, it appeared to go in a different direction. Was it just can I just get in a nutshell what
rate? I misspoke. The rates obviously go up, right? The number goes up from A to B.
Yes.
But that impacts the values then go lower, right?
That's what the summation did. Sorry, and I just wanted to get that clarified. Sorry about that. Okay, so this is I'll move into my report here. This is Dixon's Foundation. They also have the building next door. And unfortunately, we did not inspect. Addictions Foundation actually came under the WHO umbrella very, very recently, and we like to inspect everything, but these were last minute insertions into our appeal dockets. So I don't know what's in the basement. And we're now, when we have page one, when we have a basement to look at, we like to look at it and go down to see how much is rentable and how much isn't. We didn't have the chance. So rather than make an assumption that is in anybody's favor or disfavor, we accepted what was provided. I don't think that number is going to stand up in the long run, because I'm expecting we will see a boiler down there. I'm expecting we will see a lot of service areas down there, because it was built in 1928. And just for the record, that was our problem, and we did not err on the point of assuming anything. We just took what was there, because we do inspect. Now, when you look at the outside of it in our picture, you can see the outline of the property, and I'm estimating they have parking for about 9 cars on this site, possibly 10, depending on how you stack them. The value we put on it is $8 on the upper, $2 on a basement for a contributory value. I don't believe it'll be rentable. We used Johnson Class C on this. Arguably, I would have gone, I would have probably steered it towards miscellaneous. As far as classification goes, again, it's like coffee shop discussion on classification. Everybody's got an opinion on it, but in the market, you put it up for rent, it's miscellaneous. But because it's built in 1928 and adaptive reuse is difficult, and it's in the West End, which, again, apologies to anyone who lives there, investors aren't looking for West End properties. The shortfall rate we used is lower because we went to actual, because it is school exempt. So there's a lower cost to carry it as empty, because we do deal with the site specific on that issue. I think that on a formal valuation, we would go to a market-based rate, because you can't assume that it'll be future use would be a school tax exempt site. The cap rate was selected at 9.25, and what we do with this is we're transparent here. You're not going to get an answer out of us to say why we did what. We have a model and we don't know. Page 2, what we did is we looked at the Collier's cap rate, and this is derived from a discussion between brokers, purchasers, developers, appraisers, property managers, and written into a report that gets published. And one of the things a couple things on that to point out to you on where our starting point was on 6.5 is there's a sample of the quarter 4 2022 on page 40, and that's what was published, and you can see that the suburban office 6.5 to 7.5. So the absolute best suburban office was 6.5. There is no A, and the upper end of the B's is 7.5. Now this report is now authored by me, so we're not dealing with hearsay. We're dealing with actual market answers. I'm a practicing appraiser. 20% of my time, 25% of my time is dealt with tax appeals. The other 75% is doing appraisal work, and I do specialty assignments. So when I talk to you about the doom and the gloom between 21 and 23, that's because I was out in the field doing appraisals on bankruptcies. That's what I do for a living. Now, we start with the 6.5 because that's the best rate, and we kind of give you an idea of how we reach what we did is look at the deficiencies between this property and the best property, and then we have them listed. The first one, I don't think everyone's ever heard this before, but the Collier's cap rate includes closing costs. So that's the land transfer tax and commissions. We add them to the sale price, artificially changes the cap rate higher. We take that off. Location, West End is not desirable. Access, no problem there. Site size, it's too small. It doesn't have enough parking. It's in the suburbs. You need parking. Coverage ratio, parking. Again, building bylaw If this is in class 17 for social facility, requires 1 stall per 550 square feet of space, and that's physical space. So that works out to 58 stalls, and it's always rounded up, not down. 58 stalls. They have 9 or 10. So you can see why that was dealt with on a very severe basis. At this particular facility, they actually can use the stalls next door. So what we're dealing with there is an approved usage based on a separately titled lot. The lot on its own is deficient. We made a deduction for that some of the rentable space was basement in both the size and the layout. Year built, a bit of a typo there. I don't know. We had 1927. I don't know why we have different than the assessor, or a year off, but no evidence has been introduced to say that it's been rebuilt extensively. There are 5 elements in every building. There's the foundation, the framing, the envelope, the mechanical, and the finish. You can see the foundation and the framing and the envelope have not been changed, with the exception of some new windows added. You don't make an old man new by giving him a heart transplant. He's still an old man. And the costs associated with maintaining an old property don't change, especially in a building like this, where the majority will be related to envelope failure, the brick repointing. So that's an incorrect assumption to say that you can change the effective date. What you do look at is remaining economic life. Quality and condition, it's just older. And same with the other factors there. As far as the 3 categories together: income growth, tenant strength, income stability. This is not a great building. There's no interest in it. That right behind next door, we have the driver licensing facility. They're gone. This is not where private business wants to be. Social services are in there. And that's not because of that is related to the market. The market doesn't really care about this anymore. So we have estimated a cap at 9.25% on this. And you'll notice, for example, on my page 1, that there is a parking lot, a small parking lot located north of the subject, and that is also for this building to use. It's a separate role. So the option was to slam the subject building for its parking, or to subtract the role of the parking lot next door. Either one is acceptable application, or to value all 3 premises together. Now, when I asked the question about the assessor on the methodology, that was our concern. They should have been dealt with together. 1041 Portage was dealt by a different department, done on the cost approach. All the improvements were depreciated to virtually nothing, and it was land value only. This one is done on the income approach, as it's some fancy office building with a higher rate. The facility is one economic unit and depends on each other. So if you're going to piece it off into little portions, and which is perfectly permissible and legal, you have to live with their deficiencies, such as parking. And we have, again, the rent comparables on page 3. We stuck to the neighborhood. Now, most of these that we selected on page 3 are social services or associated with support for economically disadvantaged. And you can see clearly the ones, the type of user we had envisioned, because these are people who are taking space, not because of that they're a charity. It's because this is what a building in this neighborhood is going to service. Nothing meant on it as far as being insensitive. It's just that cities are big, and some parts of it have different socioeconomic indicators. And when that happens, you can't assume you're putting a fancy office building in the middle of the West End and it will get a tenant. You're going to have to put it somewhere where does they all go now? Tuxedo by IKEA, because that's the ones that'll pay the rent. So other than that, I don't have anything new to offer you on this. Other than I went through the capitalization rates before, and that's my evidence of value. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Paul?
Sure, I just have a few. Just to confirm, Shared Health or Addictions Foundation Manitoba occupy the entire building?
Yes.
And since it's kind of a reoccurring theme here today, I just want on page 1, you have classified this as a C building, C vacancy, $21.60, or sorry, 21%, 21.6% for vacancy.
Yes, and I'm not sure I would for vacancy that like again I was living with the Johnson parameters. I think that would be not what he would classify it in terms of getting a comparison. It's that is a downtown C rate. I think as a suburban one, he has got a medical at 16.8, which of course an addiction is a medical issue. Miscellaneous at 8.4, and suburban inventory at 9.2. I think that is a bit on the high side. I would tend to agree with that.
So this is what my next question, leading back to the initial 650 Main Street. You feel that these two buildings should both get 21.6% for vacancy, and they're both classed at Cs?
No.
Quality, age, tenancy. How could they get the same?
No. First of all, we operate under the premises, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. 650 Main is going to have a hard fall. This one has been in business for almost 100 years with a variety of uses. So I don't think a 21.6 is appropriate. I'm thinking that it would be lower, and if I could change the number in front of me without causing further annoyance to our chair, I would. But I would suggest a rate closer to about 10% on it.
So now you want to change the vacancy for the older C classified building to 10%?
Well, that's what I would do as an appraiser. I would recommend.
I'll just leave that point alone. I'll move on. Can you turn to your capitalization rate on page 2? I'm just gonna ask you a little bit more factual on a probe how you get to your 9.29%. Your admitted you haven't been in the building, that's fine. Say your configuration is optimal. If it's at 5, you awarded the subject property at 5. You say the condition and quality is at 8, it's optimal, you awarded it 5. How do you determine those differentials from how you classify it if you haven't been in the building?
Well, we have a couple of different sources. Number one is the physical from the viewing of it. Number 2 is discussion with the ownership group and reviewing their statements. And third is a discussion with agents where applicable on the transaction. And our feeling was we didn't, with lack of an inspection, we couldn't come down very harshly on condition without actually seeing it. So I think that typically in buildings of this age, you're going to be looking at much more serious deductions from income, but I didn't have the support based on inspection, so we don't posture here.
Okay, moving on to your growth potential, tenant strength, income stability, they're all 10s. You rated subject property 7 for growth, tenant strength 10, and 7 for income stability. I'm confused here, please clarify. This is owner occupied, it doesn't generate an income. It's merely owner occupied by a government agency. Where are you getting, how do you differentiate or come up with the 7, 10, and 7?
Well, firstly, you're misquoting and you're misleading the board. We all know that all buildings have to be dealt with under conditions that they were offered for sale or for lease. And whether or not it's fully occupied, the market demands a risk be applied to it. So, and that's in every textbook here, the ones I have to take, the ones I get taught by my experience, my accreditation, you have to apply a vacancy risk to it. And you have to apply a risk for it on the capitalization side. So the risk is to deem it as without on the basis of the market's reaction. Now you can't tax the tenant. You can only tax the building.
Okay. So for your optimal cap rate, 6.5, it's a totality of 100 points. On the subject, it's 70. You get 9.29%. Can you go over just how you get to that? Like, what is the numerics involved in that?
Oh, well, it's just a mathematical formula where, you know, the total of 70 would mathematically fall out to a change of 30 points on the cap rate. So from 6.5 to 9.29. Do you want me to read the formula if I have it here?
What I'm getting at is, is this just done on a spreadsheet? Like, it's not based on any sales whatsoever? Like, how do you cut to 9.29 versus the 7.5 based on 100 points or 70 points?
It's
to see,
and
it just seems like a number on a page.
No, it's 70% divided by 6.50. By 1 minus 6.50, or sorry, 1, yeah, times 100. It's the change from 6.5 from 100 to 70, relating it directly to 6575. The application of a capitalization rate is done in several manners. One is historically it's been done on a mortgage equity basis, which is the spread on the rent. Sorry, the spread on the borrowed money versus the equity money, and you can see that we've discussed that on page 37 and further on, as and how, especially during COVID with the lack of sales, is you still had to figure out a cap rate, and the cap is linked to the financing capability. And the second way is to look at direct capitalization and then try to make a subjective analysis and comparison. So what this system does is Collier's devised a way of taking a qualitative statement and turning it into a quantitative statement. And by doing this, we weighed what were the important factors and then made a decision on what that would be in difference. And year built, for example, that one's usually pretty clear. If it's 10 years old, no change. If it's 20 years old, 1 point off. If it's 50 years old, 3 points off. If it's older than that, 0.
I might ask.
But the point we're dealing with here is that relates directly to remaining economic life. It shortens the remaining economic life, which shortens the amortization period that the rent is supposed to contribute to the building.
So from what it sounds like, what you described is you're creating a baseline for the upper class B and A, and then you're discounting that to come up with the capitalization right here.
Well, yes and no. I mean, part of it is to demonstrate and be clear on how these things get decided. But of course, you still have direct comparisons when they're applicable. And then the direct comparison has to factor in and look normal in this. Now, in the last 2 years, there were no sales of this, investment sales of this type of property. And generally, there are very few investment sales of this type of property. So it is skimpy in the market. And then we turn back to our market reports, and our agents observed capitalization rate changes. We did have transactions in the office, mostly in the B-class office, And there were probably in the last 10 years, there were about 9 or 10 transactions of quality investment properties. And they went into making a cap rate that we publish. And
I just wanted to confirm from you, because I usually don't spend as much time on this, but there is no direct relation to a C-class building such as the subject property and your investment grade properties and your A's and B's. You're merely taking what an investment A or B range is and applying your deemed fudge factor or qualitative numerics to adjust it downwards or adjust it upwards in this case.
no,
There's no direct relationship to this.
No, you're just making words up to try to belittle the process. This is what we do for a living every day. Guy comes to us with a building like this, I want to offer it up for sale. You sold that one last week at 7%. I want 7%. And then we work it out and say, we're going to put it on the market at 9. And as to inviting anyone behind the scenes to review it, you're not welcome. But we do publish the rates, and we do. This is our skill level. And what this methodology does is give everybody a basis for it. So when I first looked at this, what I like about our system is we show it to a board, and the board says, I disagree with you on the issue of the whatever location. Fine, go change it. That's 0.3 of a basis point. That changes the cap rate to 9. And that's what we have to do in these assessment hearings, because we are going before the public, and we do want them to have the opportunity to put their opinion in and not hide behind a mystery project and somebody's opinion. If you disagree with me, change it. The numbers are there. Each of those works out to about 0.1 of a basis point on the cap rate, and maybe change it the other way if you see fit. But this is transparency in action. That's how I would describe it.
All the questions I have.
Thank you. Swear on any questions?
None, thank you, Madam Chair.
And Mr. Burvis.
I understand you haven't been able to inspect this property yet. Do you know how long AFM or Addictions Foundation, which I guess no longer exists now, it's Shared Health or whatever it is, how long they've been in that property?
Yeah, no, because my involvement started when AFM was put under the umbrella of Shared Health, which was just 2 years ago. So I don't know.
Okay.
Never had an involvement with them.
Okay, yeah, if you didn't know, it's fine. I just thought you might. Thanks.
Thank you. And my questions have been asked and answered. Does either party have a wish for a summation? Thank you.
Yeah, just a brief one. I do respect a point made up about the vacancy rate, and I had the chance to quickly try to adapt and change the numbers, but I think our value should be higher based on a lower vacancy rate, and we had presented you a value of one.
So, excuse me, Mr. Bell, then this is not a summation, this is changing your numbers, correct?
Well, I haven't given you exact math, so I have to put it in summation. My opinion is we were aggressive on there. I think 1221 is a bit on the low side. It should be a lower vacancy rate. Roughly, that's going to be about 1.4 million. And I haven't had the chance to work the numbers through.
So you would like us to consider the 1.4 as your new number?
That's correct.
And thank you. We will then move on to item number 4, which is 755 Portage Avenue. And again, Mr. Neufeld, you had ticked off tax and liability on this property? And are you wishing to withdraw it?
I believe so. Just, could you provide me the file number?
Yes, it's 24-4334.
4334, 1 second. Yes, that is correct.
Right, and thank you. And Mr. Cole, if you would like to start.
24, file number 244334. Roll number 13096119000. Civic address is 755 Portage Avenue. The 2025 assessed value is for 10,818,000, and it is classified for the no school tax, so no attention there. I'll just stick straight to the quantum. It's built in 2009. It has approximately 35,201 square feet. There's 65 outdoor stalls. If you look on page 2, there was a sale of the property in 2013 for 13,200,000. We know that generally the marketplace has been rising, but I didn't put much weight on this sale as obviously it's a 10-year move from the marketplace. I did look at it when it was done. It was an arm's length transaction, but again, I'm not putting any weight to it because literally it's 10 years ago. So on page 2 and 3 show where it's located on Portage Avenue, the frontage on Portage Avenue, and the parking is here. Page 3 shows the funnel of the property. Page 4 as well, just the elevation views. And on page 5, it shows that there's an addition there that has covered, I wouldn't say covered parking, but obviously they're using that as such for the nature of the building. No one's actually parking there, so it's just more of a service area. Parking is behind that. When we get to the comparables, I'm starting on page 6. It's highlighted my comparable 5 is 755 Portage. They are in at $21.50, 35,200 square feet, and it is a health and social services from Winnipeg Regional Health. In the first 2 properties that we were dealing with, or I should say the other regional health property that we were dealing with for the access center, I didn't have pictures. I did include them for these and moving forward. You do get a good aspect of what these properties are. Starting at 975 Henderson, that building is totality occupied by Winnipeg Regional Health. Same as all of these, 170 Goulet, 603 St. Mary's, 495, 494, 490 Hargrave. There's a couple similar addresses in there because it occupies the whole block. So we go through. Just want to point out. Number 5 is the subject property, 755 Portage. Winnipeg Regional Health occupies the whole property, same as 845 Regent, 135 Plaza. This is on behind strip mall. They do occupy the entire building, but they are one single tenant there. Booth, same idea. 280 Booth, 785 Keewatin Street, same idea. As well as 650 Main, which was one of our properties under appeal, as well as 155 Concordia. They do have a tenant in there. They occupy the 2 floors, right? Shoppers is where it is. So there's a primarily it's on, but it's just what it's there. And 850 Leela. This is one large big CRU with a secondary Winnipeg Regional Health. It's an auditory center, which is a second separate CRU. So they do occupy the totality of the one CRU. So there is no shared common areas in these buildings, as was indicated prior. I think the pictures illustrate that, with the exception of 155 Concordia. And then when we move on to the other bracket, which I was trying to get at, these buildings here are being 400 attaching the comps down. These are merely spaces Winnipeg Regional Health occupied. Buildings weren't built specifically for them. They were simply occupying spaces within the community. So that's the differentiation between the two. there's hopefully no issues with that moving forward. So getting back to the comparables. I do feel comparables 1 through 14, and obviously subject property can be considered as well. That is the market. I'm not going to overstate the argument. We've already done it. The marketplace for development of Winnipeg regional property are these generally 14 properties that were developed for such nature. And we have, again, the average, weighted average and medians in around 1970, 1972, and 1922. So it is a nice tight range for approximately 404,000 square feet of inventory, and spread across 14 properties. So parking comps are what they are. We've already discussed parking. Generally, that's the region that the properties in for surface parking variables. And we look on page 14, we've applied to the parking lot for 65 stalls and net basis rate of $30 per stall, which gets us to a net operating income of 22,400, capped at 5.5%, gives us a 425,000. On the following page, on page 15, shows for the 35,200 square feet, and it's associated with it, produces a potential gross income of 839,200 for a range of approximately $23.75 or so. We averaged it out. So effective gross income with 6% applied gives $780,840. Expenses at 3% and shortfall at $8 gives net operating of $740,287, capped at 7.2%, brings us back to the $10,393,000. On the following page, page 16, shows the two income streams with the summary of $10,800,000. We've already discussed cap rate for 650 M or for 660 Main. I'll get into it again as that argument can be carried forward. If we look on page 18, this is the income that report that they give us. We can see that it is occupied by one tenant. Page 19. I've blown it up. It's a little hard given the digital copy that I got. I simply looked at our permanent area, I should say, that it is a single lease occupying the totality of the building. So the common area removed, change the rate. That is an argument for a different type of property. We're comparing apples to apples here. We're not in a multi-tenanted building that's, we're not in a large office building that is singular owner occupied, or we would have to reduce areas and extract out those areas to make it comparable to the marketplace that would rent out on a multi-tenant basis. That is not an exercise that needs to be contemplated by any here today. So from that, that is all the evidence I can prepare and give to the panel. But that I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Junior, questions?
Yes, I do. Just look at a couple of things here to make sure we clarify these. You have building age 2009, correct?
Right.
On the lease that you presented, or lease information page 6, you're indicating that the start was 2018. Do you think that might be an error?
That's a step up. That's the step up.
Okay, the step up. So that's the start date. Do you have the start date?
Well, the start date would have been the inception of the lease, which would have been 2009. Realistically, maybe somewhere before 2009. Obviously, the building, the tenant.
Okay, so the after the building was constructed then.
Yeah.
And do you have a copy of the lease? I'm just looking at reading it now, and I just wanted to make sure you do have it.
Not in my brief. I'm really going with the
okay, but the assessment department did receive the lease. I'm just looking at the terms, so you can acknowledge that it was executed on August 27th, 2008, or can you confirm that at all?
Around about that time, just to clarify for the panel and yourself, as we are dealing with a number of regional properties here today and spread across a few delegates, I'm going with the income and expense questionnaires, but they're holding out to be true and accurate. I have looked at some of the, for a different purpose, not for appeal purposes here today. I have looked at some of the leases for Winnipeg regional properties, but that was back when they were under appeal through the 16 cycle. So, you know, that's a number of years ago. Wasn't it?
Yeah, I just looking for a yes or no. I don't want to get another complaint about time here. Just confirm that in that particular lease, which is dated 2008, that the rents were established in 2008.
Yes,
including the one you're bringing forward. Okay.
Yeah, just so we're clear, yes, this is a site-specific build. These
Right.
type of buildings wouldn't renegotiate every 5 years. This would be negotiated at that point in time, and these are the step-ups that would be in place.
And we can agree that it was a 20-year term?
So, yes.
Okay. The lease also speaks to parking as well. Do you know how many stalls were required?
No, I can't comment on that other than the physical ones that are there.
In your page, on your page 2, you show the subject an L-shaped property. Are you able to confirm for the board that those 2 parcels across Victor are also part of the lease transaction?
Going from recollection, I believe they are being used for, but again, I can't get into the specifics.
Well, again, if you had the lease, you
I
would.
didn't review the lease in totality for this appeal again.
Okay, that they were required to provide, like the other one, a certain amount of parking. Can you confirm that those 2 lots across Victor are owned by the same owner of this building and utilized by WHA?
Generally speaking, from what I remember from several years ago, I believe that to be true, yes.
Okay. And that you brought forward a sale. There were multiple properties on this sale. Were there not at least 6?
I'm not putting any weight to the sale. I'm just
Okay, all right.
very clear on it.
I just want to make sure we characterize what the issue was. That's all. And again, this is the workup is fairly similar to what we already discussed on your page 6, where you had 2 sets of rents, one being the WHA properties that were built for them, and the other were some ones that were transactions between a tenant and landlord. Am I saying that the right way?
Yeah, that's a site-specific bill for Winnipeg Regional, for larger, obviously what they are. And then other spaces are merely what they rent in communities.
Okay.
Those buildings weren't built specifically for them. Although the build-outs obviously would be done for them.
And on your page 14 and 15, were these all prepared by the model?
I did not change anything for any parameters here today. Yes.
Well, so I'm now wondering about, and I'm just curious. So we've had the first building called an office medical, then we've got another one called an OFC. This one is now called an OFS. What would be the difference between these?
As I already indicated, the model parameter for an OFS versus an OFM would be a drop in capitalization rate to 5.5%. All other parameters would say.
Well, and now in terms of the premise ID, you have 3 premise IDs. Are there 3 tenants in the building?
No, or not.
So one entity rents 35,200 square feet. Why can't you value it on the basis of 35,200 as leasable area without breaking this down?
There are 3 floors, and that's how we categorized it.
If a tenant were coming to the marketplace and offering to rent this site, do you think that the rent would be lower if he rented the whole building than if he just rented a floor or a floor and a half?
I'm not looking at it from that perspective. I'm looking at it from the comparables, what they would lease for the other 13 comparables.
The parking that's indicated on page 14, I take it these are not the Victor stalls. These are the stalls that are on the titled lot.
Sorry, say that again.
Page 14, parking. Are these only
Stalls
for the ones that are on the titled lot? They're not
on site.
so they're not the second and third lots. Okay. Can they be sold separately? The parking?
In the roll number itself.
Yeah, you say I'm only putting the parking up for sale. Can they be sold that way?
Or are you talking about the subject property or the other lots?
You have two sets of valuation. Can they be sold on the basis of two separate valuations?
If there is more than one title, then yes. If there's one title, you'd have to get that split, but obviously is what it is.
And how many titles are there?
One, from my understanding.
Okay. So the concept of adding parking at a different valuation, say a cap rate, is a hypothetical, or is there another word for it?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Well, if you can't sell it separately, how can you value it separately for parking?
We have an income stream attributed to the parking. It generates income.
I'm not concerned about the income. I'm concerned about the cap rate, the rate of return.
You need a differential rate.
Yeah, why can you have 5.5 on one and 7 on the other?
That's our standard parameter. That's how we put that on place. That argument was raised with Portage Place Mall with the parking that was underneath it. They've separated that.
I'm not talking about
this is going back a number of years.
I'm not talking about other stuff, but is your answer that this is the way the department does it?
This is the way we do it, and this is the way we define it at the municipal board, and this is what the municipal board indicated we can do.
Now, since this building was built, has there been any investigation in the impact of the reinforcement of accessory parking in residential areas?
I didn't catch much of what you said there.
Okay, sorry, it's a bit of a long question. So the parking lot extends a fair bit down Victor. And subsequent to the date of construction, planning has made an effort to reduce accessory parking in lands where there could be affordable housing. Does the model appreciate those moving legal impacts on valuation?
As far as rent or capitalization, I couldn't comment on either one.
Okay, that's fine. If you don't know, that's fine. Just look down here. And getting back to a matter we discussed earlier, the tenant rents, leases, pays back on the entire area of this building. Is there a gross up on the building?
All I have, if you look on page 18, 19, blown up at the bottom of 19 is exactly what they're indicating. The 35,200 square feet, they have $21.50.
Yeah, I'm looking at page 1 where you are indicating a gross floor area of 38,920. Now, would the difference be a gross up? I'm just trying to understand if this building was grossed up for rent or not. And
I'm taking it from the leasable area that we have.
Okay.
Whether the gross area leasable efficiency is a little off, that's not really. We're still looking at what the actual building rents out for, whether the areas change a little bit, that's what they rent out for. They're giving us a one tenant income. And it's $756,800 is what they're pulling in. Whether the area, someone looks at it and has an opinion of it should be that, or has an opinion it should be that.
Wow.
Those numbers are what they're reporting.
Okay, so I was just, do you know whether or not that was a gross up or not? Do I have to explain for anyone what a gross up means? I don't want to talk down to
No,
anyone.
you don't have to.
Okay, well, the board. Um, as opposed to a non-grossed up, which would be, say, represented by, we know, your comp 3401 Roblin, correct?
If you're just looking at the subject property, regardless of your perspective on what the leasable area is or the gross area is, they're telling you that they have 756,000 and $800 is what they're getting per year at the reference state. We don't really need to over.
But you're not using that income, you're using the model, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so I'm just looking to understand the reconciliation, that's all. But those are my questions, thank you.
Burgess, any questions to the assessor?
I don't, sorry, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Wareman?
None, thank you, Madam Chair.
I also have no questions. Mr. Newfeld, if you would like to proceed.
Thank you. So first of all, the financial information presented by the assessor, again, it's the same issue as previously heard on 650 Main, is that this was a cost recovery, 20-year cost recovery. The assessor was given the lease, and it does discuss a proposed building site put out by an RFP on a 20-year term, so it was built. Now, the other difference on this one is I'm looking to see if we gave you a good picture or not. We did not. So I will use the assessor's picture. If you were trying to chase the lease or rent or cost recovery, as I call it, on the page, his page 2, there are 2 lots. One's at 285 Victor, the other's labeled as 0 Victor. The lease also recaptures the income or whatever attributed to these 2 lots. They had to purchase, the developer purchased these 2 lots for parking, and one of them is not solely used by WHA. The building user is still on site. So there is additional services provided for the compensation listed on the assessor's documentation. Aside from that, it's not something we use, a cost recovery. Time has passed since 2008, as with the other property. And would the same deal have been done in 2023? No. The act says that you put it on the market, willing seller, willing buyer. Our opinion is $15 a square foot. And that's actually supported by the assessor's second batch of actual transactions. And we have a number of transactions listed, the same ones we had before, just to give you a picture of the marketplace. The vacancy is, again, this is a struggle on this C vacancy, and the only record this building has ever had has been the development for this particular user, and it has never proven its potential to service another particular user. And it is in the West End, so there is a very low demand for anything other than civil services. And to put this in perspective, there's another way of looking at this, is simply to say that if you put it on the market without the current user, you might only get 414,000 a year in income, which is 1175 a square foot. So in this particular case, the vacancy is substantial and supportable. The other issues we haven't gone over much, but cap rate, we've applied at 8%. And the reason as not to be so different from some of the others is there is a little bit more activity in this market. There's a fair amount of land that's being leased, so that would contribute to a lower capitalization rate as opposed to the last two we discussed. Because not all the land has been developed, and so the greater proportion of land on your site, you don't need demolish to reuse, generally caps lower. So I'm disagreeing with capping it separately because it can't be sold separately, but we do take it into account on there. But essentially, we're dealing with the same issues as all of them. We have a building that was based on the cabinet's decision in 2007 to build access centers, and which has survived two administrations. But this is healthcare, and we don't know what the future will bring. And we have a purpose-built building for healthcare. It may not stay that way. And at the end of term, 20 years, which gets us to only a few years left on it, the tenant can walk. And in this particular case, with a very short length of term, I don't think anyone would have capped it as low as 8.13% because of terms coming up on it. But that's a site-specific issue. And additionally, we have applied a significant discount on the vacancy, which would lead us to believe we anticipate a $12 rent for the future. So I have no comment on that the value is lower. This isn't about finding a sequence to say, well, things are worth more since they're built. No, it's not true. Real estate goes up and down. And I hate to be the guy who's telling the rest of the world that it went down, but it did. Interest rates killed a lot of things. In this case, we had governmental changes, which are going to be a major influence. So fortunately, in this case, our provincial government can walk from this site and leave it in the hands of a private developer to do with what he wants when they walk away in 2028. And in 3 years from now, I'm not saying they're going to. I have no inside knowledge, but I do know that are going to be changes. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Newcomb. Questions, Mr. Cole?
Some of my commentary from the other 650 Main, I'll leave to carry forward, but I just wanted to touch on the specific property. I noticed you didn't put in the income expense questionnaire. There's no financial data in your brief on the subject property.
We don't work for the ownership. We work for the tenant. We have no access to this other than the lease.
But you have reviewed my page 18 and 19. Which is what they reported to us.
I have, yes.
Okay, so if you look at the back of the lot, where it enters, or I should say where the entrance is for parking on site, it's in-park signage as well as reserved 24 hours for Winnipeg Regional Health Authority only.
Sorry, what page are you referring to?
I'm just saying, if you've been to the site of the property, you would see the signage. I want to confirm you're the owner's representative. Your Winnipeg Regional Health Authority's representative. The lot itself is only available to employee parking.
Okay, the lot, no. Well, the lots, they're plural lots that are covered by the
lot on site on the roll number. I'm not
on the roll
concerned.
number. Yeah, I believe those are all solely for use for WHA, and the ones on Victor have a mixed usage.
Yeah, fair enough. The ones on site though, it is in-park signage throughout the lot. In-park is the I guess the parking authority, the parking manager should speak to collects the money.
I'm not sure
it's flowing through in-park.
No, I have no idea. This isn't something that the tenant gets involved with. The sign says reserved 24 hours, WHA staff parking only. So maybe in-park does property management for them. I don't know. That's one of the services they offer. Nothing turns on it. Okay,
because what I was getting at was on page 18, they report parking costs at $31,106, but they don't report any parking income. So the property owner would obviously be collecting income. They have in-park running it. In-park would be the mediating, the in-between would collect the money, take the cut, their commission, and then report to the owner. We don't have.
You're making assumptions and expect me to verify them. No, the head lease calls for a total remuneration package that includes use of the building and use of parking. What happens after that point, we have no idea. Don't care, nothing turns on it. The landlord is receiving income for it, then they have expenses for it. Yeah, fine, don't disagree. We don't care. We don't care. It's not part of our valuation. It doesn't have to be because it's one of the costs of managing.
So, just last question. You're still in the position where you think 21.6% vacancy and this property rated in Class C is appropriate?
Well, I mean, their rating is immaterial. We've got 3 years left on term. It's going dark likely, and you're going to anticipate a very, very long time to release. Two ways of handling it, 3 ways of handling it. You can drop the rent, you can apply a higher vacancy, or you can apply a higher capitalization rate for a risk you know is coming. Now, we're trying to balance this off. So we used a higher rent, didn't use 12, which it probably is going to get. We use an 8% cap, which is as is for a property like this, with what it with its style, and we went with a higher vacancy. Now, as we mix and choose, we have no reason to be similar for anybody else's purposes, except for how the way we think the market would look at it, and this is the way we think the market would look at it.
And then last question, maybe I said that last time, but second, this will be the last question. Do you feel a $15 market rent based on, other than the tenant in place, is most appropriate? Meaning not my comparables 1 through 14, which includes the subject property, but just generally the marketplace.
Well, you got a couple of things in that question. One is we don't care about the tenant in place. What we think about, and when we're looking at this for taxation, is what could you get for it in the market? I think 15's on the high side. I don't think they'd achieve that. I think they'd have to spend some money on demising it and get a bunch of different tenants in with a bunch of different ranges of value, and they'd be mostly social services, low budgets. Probably at the end of the day, they're going to have a range of rents going from $10 to $18 is just my guess, and they'll probably even out at about $12.50 a foot, as I see it today. We can't predict the future, but there's no activity here that's going to support something bigger. There's no one moving in saying, "Hey, we need 35,000 feet in the West End." That user doesn't exist.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Curtis, any questions?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burhan, any questions?
None, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, just for clarification, did I hear you say you have applied the 21% vacancy and the cap rate because this lease is up in 2028?
I think the major contribution to detriment to value was applied in the vacancy rate, which is the knowledge that the lease is coming up for expiry. I didn't consider, well, the person who did this didn't consider it in the cap rate nor in the rent. So you got to pick one of the 3 and apply it. That's all. And I think it's reasonable. You could change the cap and lower the vacancy, raise the cap, lower the rent, lower the vacancy. I think overall it's pretty fair. I mean, we're talking about, here's the bottom line on this is, if we put a value on it of 33.7 million, divide it by 35,000 feet, that's $107 a foot. And if you look at what we brought you, 75 is the number for repurposed office buildings. So we're probably on the high side. The market changed dramatically in office.
Okay, thank you.
May I have a redirect, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Given the nature of the lease expiring, and the size of the building, the location, the use, Has there not been any exploration between the owner and the tenant to extend the lease?
I am not privy to those particular negotiations. I do know that the tenant is making provisions for services in other locations at this time. Their preference is to co-locate on hospital campuses so that there's no duplication of services. And that's the direction they're moving in. If you notice the construction at the Grace and the Vic and HSC, that's where they're moving, as well as Seven Oaks has had, that was a few years back. And the access centers are, I can't speak for them, but my feeling is that they're moving to co-location, and I don't think you're going to get a renewal on this, but I'm not involved in that.
Okay, with that answer, has the property owner engaged any brokerage to actively market the property? The exposure would be longer. Would you have callers been engaged? Do you know if anyone's been engaged to explore what it could lease for in the marketplace? Preparing for if there is no renewal?
I'm not, okay, so this is a REIT, and they're based in Toronto. So their engagements would be Toronto firms who come out and do the work. And then they might sub them to us at a later date. I don't think anyone locally is active on this. And this is very common for a REIT based in Toronto. They have numerous healthcare facilities across the country. I don't know.
Thank you. Neither party have a wish for summation?
Yes, I do. Again, the ask here is nearly a third of what this has value is based on my opinion, market rents that aren't reflective of the market for Winnipeg regional property, and for vacancy that has no relation to an asset such as this. This isn't a seed property; it's owned by a REIT, as we pointed out. This is simply not a correct value to bring it in. My opinion, the 10,880,000 is reasonable. There is one discrepancy that I tried to get at. The question is in my brief, there is no parking income on. Clearly, there's parking income. They have parking expenses, they have in-park money, and typically in-park would collect the money, take their commission off, mitigate the expenses, and then be whatever remaining to the property owner. We don't see that reported. So there is a bit of 704,000 for the net operating income versus what we have at 771,000 approximately. That bit of discrepancy is merely missing parking income, which I tried to get at, but the agent could not answer. So with that, thank you.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Newford?
Once again, the assessor is making assumptions and presenting them to you as fact. The lease was provided. All of these factors were dealt with. Nothing turns on it. But the other thing is, we've been through this already. You understand what the issue is with these transactions, and the evidence we presented in there in regard to the collapse of office building, which is not just in Winnipeg, it's the world. COVID made everybody aware you could work at home, and it increased the amount of people who are working at home temporarily during that time, but permanently after that. I don't know about your offices where anyone else works, but we're now only about 2/3 full because the rest get to work at home. Everywhere except, unless you work for Trump, you can work at home, and that's changed the market. $50 a foot, $75 a foot. That's what you're seeing these buildings selling for some sort of reuse. And I wouldn't be surprised if someone had an idea to convert it into multifamily. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you. Panel, I would like to do one more property before we take a break. Is everyone all right with that?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay, we
That's
will
good.
move on to item number 5, which is 6 Donald Street. And we are looking at assessed value. Oh, whenever you're ready.
File number 244161. Roll number is 12031860100. Address is 6 Donald Street. 2025 assessed value is for $2,773,000. It was built in 1963, effective age 1975. There's approximately 13,930 square feet of leasable area. Look on page 2, it was a sale in 2018 for sale price was $2,640,000 plus one value of $2,709,000. Moving on, it's mainly owner occupied. I'll get to the pictures on page 3. Boards and Duncan, obviously. It's located at Stradbrook and Donald's. So basically, it's just past the bridge, where you got a block or so, walk back down. And on page 4 is the rear of the property. You see a bit of the covered area for parking, so to the right, and a little bit of parking in a triangular format, triangular, say, area to the rear of the building. So comparables are the same ones we've already discussed today. I apologize for the fuzziness. I don't know why this fuzzy, bit. So for the 55 comparables for the citywide, we have approximately 329,000 square feet with an average rent of $12.24, weighted average of $12.11, and median of $12. We have attached to this, just so we go over it clear. Maybe we'll go to the really think of this one question out first, just so we're on page 10. It's partially owner occupied. At page 11, there's about 129 square feet, one tenant, and another tenant at approximately 675 square feet, and then they are at 12,413 square feet. So essentially, it's almost totality are occupied except for that. So when you go back to the kids that we have, pretty mostly reflective of that. Obviously, at 126 square feet, you're going to get a large rent. It's nominal to the overall value. We have about $14.82 applied to the property overall to the 13,930 square feet, which gives us potential gross income of $206,474. Vacancy at 6%. Yields an effective gross income of $194,086. Expenses at 3%, shortfall at $8 gives us a net operating income of $181,577, capped at 6.55%. Yields an estimated market value or assessed value at $2,772,000. So with that, we're market, and a sale of the here at market years before our first date, close enough to be considered. Questions?
Thank you. Jimmy Belt?
Thank you. On you're using 13,930 leasable, and I was just quickly looking at page 10, and they're saying 13,214. I was wondering if you'd looked at that.
Which page are you looking at? Page 10? 13,214, yes.
Yeah.
Bear with me here. For those 3 tenancies there, the owner occupied section and the 2 tenancies, it does work out to be 13,214. Can't say, prior to the owner, this was, purchase was, oh, what was it? It was owner occupied, it was 1 tenancy. This may not have been looked at to the point where 2 new tenants went in. So you'd obviously have to carve out a little bit of common area. So that may be the discrepancy there.
Well, the owner is a surveyor, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that he's a professional in measurement?
Yeah. Or it's not in our professional survey.
No, this came up 2 years ago, and again, we thought it was corrected after the surveyor gave you a price. Okay, or value. And everything done on page 7 is done by the model, correct?
Correct.
And that's where I guess these premise IDs don't seem to match up with the actual tenancy that they've listed on your page 11.
One does, the 1074 does not. It's just to confirm, it's 675.
I'm just, yeah, the 126 feet looks like it lines up, but the other two are 675 and 12.4. So those do not appear to line up.
So I can't comment.
Okay.
Probably reviewing it now, see if you want it. My understanding is part of purchasing was one owner occupier. Obviously, if you put 2 tenants in, you may have some common area that they need that you would back out from the leasable area. So the reviewing plans, I would lean towards what was reported by the property owner.
And this is classed as OFS. And is this the standard for OFS? Is the vacancy is 6%?
Correct.
Just a sec. And on the basis of the parking, did you review the parking ratio as to versus either building bylaw or just the space itself? I don't see a ratio of any sort. Do you know how much parking there is?
We don't have any income stream towards the parking.
Right. No, I'm just asking about legal permissibility. This is not in the downtown area, correct?
No, it's like I said, it's over the Donald Street Bridge by about a block and a half-ish.
Yeah. So do you know what the parking is? How many stalls they have?
No, like I explained, if I'd be reviewing it from the income perspective, I'd review the stalls. There is no parking income that I should be.
No, right. I'm asking about legal permissibility is more than anything else, and you didn't review that. That's fine. Those are my questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Purvis
I don't have any questions.
and Ms. Wareham.
None, thank you.
Just have one quick question in regards to, I'm sorry if you answered this, Mr. Paul. Just in regards to the square footage on page 7.
Okay.
Can you, so for the first one, the 12,000, is that the surveyors
Yes,
and the 126?
that is for, if you look at the brief on the last page. My eyes read right, Susan Wenzel. I apologize, that's the 3rd tenant.
Okay.
And the 2nd tenant, but obviously, the report was 675.
Right, the counseling services, okay. I was just confused about 126.
No, the 126 is the counseling services.
Oh, it is, all right.
Schinkel Properties is the 2nd tenant. And that is 575, or sorry, 675 square feet.
All right, that's just a very tight space.
If you're a counselor, you would need a small room. You go out.
Thank you. Mr. Newbell, if you'd like to proceed with your brief, please.
Thank you. So this is, I don't know if we're all aware of this location on Donald Street. This is just south of the Donald Street Bridge on the southbound lane. And the site was actually formerly the US consulate years ago. And now a surveyor's operation. The transaction, the vendor was actually one of the tenants in there, Schinkel Properties. He's got a sign up, and he was working with the owner, Mr. Corral, on some properties. So the transaction is not arm's length. The owner's survey group was formerly in the other building we're going to hear today, 298 Fort, and outgrew it and wanted to move, stay in downtown and have some room to park their surveying trucks. Building bylaw requires 19 stalls, and I can't count these, but I think they're probably pretty close to 19. So you know, we point this out just so you can see that there's a difference between the quality in the buildings. And do we take account for this in our workup? Yes, we do. The rent we've applied is $12, and that's based on our review of a number of rents, and as well, and these are the same rents we showed before, but and I didn't ask this question in Cross, but you'll note that the assessor, his mean is 1211 and his median is 12. So their particular workup supports the $12 overall as well. And there's nothing special about this building. It's not premium. Today you had the opportunity of watching me drive, and if I had driven by this, I'd be the guy who wouldn't be letting in the traffic that came out of the street. Because it's horrible to get in and out of this location. It's not good. Because this is on the major artery coming from the central business district to the suburbs, and not a great location. How do you get into this site from the northbound lane? And if you're a local, you know that you have to do the turnoff. You have to loop around and come back, and then circle around through Osborne Village and come in that way, or find a different route. And that's really the problem. You know, the access is difficult, and you have to know it. So what this really means is that it's not a good site for any other alternate use. It's office if you know how to get in and you're an existing tenant. So I think the evidence you've been placed in front of you fully support $12. Vacancy, what we did is looked at, and I'm just trying to read these notes myself. I don't see where these came from, but I do see suburban at classed space at 12.6, total inventory at 11.2, and miscellaneous total suburban at 9.2. So we're using 12.25. I think that's within the range that the Johnson report has. That, by the way, should be printed for you in the report on page 6. I just can't work these notes out. Shortfall, we're using actual shortfall. I don't know how this compares to what the assessor puts in, but we calculate shortfalls separately for all of these. And essentially what, you know, if your taxes are higher, that's the major component of shortfall. So we're going to see higher shortfall. And as far as the NOI is concerned, we were fairly generous with this, I think, because if you look at the way we calculated it, and again, turning to page page 36, when you look at suburban office, Class B 6.5 to 7.5. So we put it at the higher range of Class B, or the lower range of a lower class at 7.5. I think it's got really good visibility, and it's just not going to be generating a ton of income based on what we looked at. So that is our presentation. Thanks. And the square footage, I don't know what I can say about that. You know, a professional surveyor draws it out, and the city wants to use their numbers. We went through this 2 years ago. We thought we had it straightened out again, like the other properties. We had an agreement on the area, and now the model comes out again with the reverting back to the older number. It's not a big difference, but it's just that, you know, you wonder about all these complaints that the board gets, and wonder how many of them could have been resolved by simply looking at the stuff that was brought forward, reacting to it. It would drastically cut my income, but it would also mean less appeals. But it isn't. We just repeat the same error over and over again. The assessment model repeats it. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Cole?
Yes, I do. You indicated, maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, that one of the tenants was a tenant prior to.
No, it was involved with the transaction. If you when you look at the transactions that you have listed here, so and I'm just trying to go from memory too, so I might be wrong on the dates, but the one of these was the sale of the embassy or the consulate, and I can't remember exactly which one, and then it was sold to a holdco that was controlled by one of the tenants, Mr. Schinkel's property, and then he later transferred it to Thunderchild, which is the holding company for Barnes and Duncan, and he is a tenant in the place, and he's doing the property management for all of the properties owned by Mr. Corral, and they've worked on other projects together. So we knew that the 2018 sale was not an arm's length.
Okay.
That's
Okay, so from what you indicated there, you worked on the sale, you facilitated the sale?
no, actually, I had nothing to do with the actual transaction, but I believe we were involved with advising Mr. Corral. He's a long-term client, so we do other work for him. And I know we appraised it at one point in the past.
So just so we're clear, I researched the sale as well. I researched the former owner. It was Heart and Stroke Foundation, Manitoba, owned and occupied. So there was no rent generating in the building, but that's who was the former owner.
That could have been the 2011 purchase. Yeah, I'm just looking through my reports just to see when we were involved in it, and offer you more. 20. I can't find the exact date we were involved with it, but interviews at the time with the participants is we were not dealing with an arm's length transaction.
It wasn't an arm's length transaction.
No, we weren't. Okay, I shouldn't say this. We were not dealing with a market value transaction.
Heart and Stroke Foundation, owner occupier of the building, trying to sell the building, purchased by client, the owner now. How is that not an arm's length transaction? What was the relationship that would not make it an arm's length transaction?
I have notes on it somewhere in my system here. Sorry, our files were reordered and I can't find it, so I am going from memory again, but the precise details on it are client privilege, but I'm an appraiser at the time, and now, and we were working on the property. My testimony is it was not an arm's length transaction, and I think the rest is confidential on why it wasn't. I'm giving evidence under oath. That's all I can say right now.
Because like, bear with me here for a moment. Usually it's 3 years you review a sale on as appraiser when you're doing a market appraisal, when you're doing a review. This year, it's about 5 years or so out of range. That's still enough to consider. Why wouldn't the sale not be a good indicator of market value?
No, we didn't do anything about, we didn't perform an appraisal for this. This is an office work. They were supplied with information that the previous sale was not to be considered. That one was done as an appraisal. And that was the one we were involved with on an advisory. And of course, the other factor is we had massive changes in the office market between the periods. And another issue, which I know has been alluded to in the report, was or actually I did, is that they had to move and get more space because they outgrew 298 Fort. So there was some motivation, but there that we can speak to, but I can't speak to the relationship between the two because it's privileged. I think that if neither of us are putting weight on it, if you're putting weight on it, then you should probably investigate the sale and tell the board about it. I'm not putting any weight on it.
That's the only question I have.
Ms. Wareham, any questions?
I do not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Mr. Purvis?
No questions, thank you.
I also have no questions. Does either party have a wish for a summation?
No.
All right. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break. And Mr. Neufeld, if you could please send in those withdrawals on the class and liability. They're supposed to be sent in before the hearing ends, so.
Yeah, okay. I'll do my best.
Right, thank you. And is everybody good with 10 or would you prefer 15?
15 might be nice.
Oh, okay, this way. We'll go faster. Thank you. I would like to call this hearing back to order, and we are going to move on to item number 6, which is 298 Fort Street. Whenever we're ready.
I'd like to raise a preliminary issue with the comments brief. Page number 3 has a without prejudice document in it. I'd like it redacted from the brief. The nature of it is for the case management process at the municipal board, which is without prejudice and be excluded. It shouldn't be made a public.
All right. Your opposition to this notice on page 3 of the applicant's brief is noted, and the panel will discuss it and put the weight that we feel it needs to have or not have on it. So.
Okay, I'm just wondering if I get a chance to discuss this, or you're just going to deal with it after the fact. That's fine. I don't have to talk about it.
Yes, we've just dealt with it.
Okay, we'll discuss it later. Thank you.
Hey, I don't know if there's anything to discuss about it, but anyway, we're going to proceed with Mr. Pohl's application.
Sorry, just to clarify, we'll discuss it before Mr. Neufeld's presentation.
No, if Mr. Neufeld wants to say something about it in his presentation, he can. The panel is just going to decide when we're in recess what weight we are going to give it. Mr. Pohl wants it entirely redacted, excluded from the hearing.
just so my position is clear, it is a private document. It is not a public document. The case management process at the municipal board is a without prejudice process, and it is a document that hasn't been approved yet by the municipal board. So
Oh.
it is the prejudice document.
I,
It will be included in a brief and then be made public document or have ruling on in this committee.
So it's part of negotiations.
yeah, no, I think you're getting some misleading information. This is just an indication that a value was changed by agreement in June of this year. And it is a public document. Anybody who wants to can go down and look at the board at this, because all of the assessment material, there's no discussion in here that's private.
Yeah, but yes, Mr. Neufeld, it's not being redacted.
Okay.
It's going to be part of the process, so. Yep, let's proceed.
File number 244163. Roll number is 12093114000 Fourth Street. The 2025 assessment is for $1,760,000. It is Class C, Class Code 60 taxable. Property was built in 1912. We have an effective age put on in 1975. It's approximately 6,510 square feet leasable area. We look on my page 2, and I have to make acknowledgement of this. There was a sale. I'm not putting any weight on it. I've redacted that out. The reason why it's highlighted that is because if you look on page 18 for the board's clarity, the property owner is Thunder Child Investments. Top right hand corner, the income expense question for 2022. And obviously the property owner is different on the page. So there was a sale, not putting any weight on it. We're just making sure that for transparency, it did change hands. It is still a valid appeal. On page 3 is the subject property's location. It's on 4th Street, just past porch, about 2 parcels now.
Sorry to interrupt in the middle of your presentation. Secretary, there's something with the sound where I think Val's indicating the same thing.
I'll try and talk louder.
Yes,
It's like we're skipping like every other word from you.
I don't want to yell. But I think everyone here can hear me, but I don't know why the microphone is in the roof.
I won't feel like you're yelling at me or be offended.
All right,
You do raise your voice.
So there was an ownership change, not putting any weight on the sale. We're just making note of that because the appeal with the property owner is different from who submitted the property, the income expense question. Moving on from that, the subject property on page 3 photograph shows that it's on 4th Street, 2 parcels down from Portage Avenue. And the front elevation, well, on page 4 through page 4 through 6, 7 shows the subject property photos and interior. So again, this was listed. The listing was prior to the reference date, and then it sold after the reference date. So this is fair game for bringing in the listing. It gives a good example of what was listed in the condition that it was at the reference date. So moving on, we see on page 8. This is simply the sale listing. Oh, sorry, apologies. This is the for rent listing. So moving on, page 10, 11, you just see for illustrative purposes, what the physical property looks like, the makeup of the property. So. And it was listed in CBRE. So moving on to page 13, same comparables that we've already looked at today. It is a Class C building with 55 comparables. We have 329,000 square feet. For 55 comparables, we have an average rent of $12.24, weighted average of $12.11, and a median of $12. We have on page 15 our workup. Our workup is for approximately 7,500 square feet at approximately $16 a square foot, which yields an effective or potential gross income of $104,467, 11% vacancy. Yields an effective gross income of $92,976. Expenses at 3%. Not a shortfall at $8. Gives us net operating income of $84,458, capped at 4.8%. Gives us a value of $1,760,000. $1,760,000. I apologize for speaking. So moving on from that point, we go to the income expense questionnaire. And again, this was what was submitted. Tendencies there as such is that it was a medical clinic. And one tenant on the second floor as far as an office tenant. So with that, I open the questions.
Thank you. Ms. Warehan and Mr. Purvis, was that any better?
Yeah, that was somewhat better than before, Madam Chair. Thank you. I think it's when the assessor puts his head down is when we missed some of the.
Right. If I might make a suggestion, I don't know how this rooms are all. I don't know why they put the microphones in the ceiling. You would
That's
think
fine.
it would be in front of us. It's
No, that's
Yeah,
fine.
that's-
I thank you. Okay.
Mr. Neufeld, any questions?
Yes, I'm just starting page 1. The age is built in 1912. How did the effective age reach 1975?
I didn't go into what was done to the property, given that it was a 1912 building, there must have been renovation to the property life cycle for a
But
building.
please speak to facts. I don't want must-haves or assume.
I did investigate the effective age.
And I note that you're using the leasable area 6510. Sorry, I was just trying to reconcile this myself because we have a different number, but what was the number used by the owner on page 18?
$6,150.
Okay. So you have 6,500 and he said 6,150. And does that 6,150 coincide with the rent roll listed on page 19?
19? With the rental listing? Oh, you mean tenant form? Verification form.
Yep, yeah.
Sorry, I thought you meant this the other list.
Is that up to the same amount?
$65.10.
Yeah. 10 or, okay, yeah. So we have a discrepancy here on the dimensions and the,
It's exactly what was indicated in the tenant verification form. 6510 is what you have.
no, the page on the one form on page 18 says 6150, right?
Tenant form is 6150, maybe.
Okay. And the
And we
The,
have 65 on the income there expansion, we have 6150. Sorry, 6,510. On.
and that's also shown the 60, I'm getting there. I just, we have three sets of numbers on page 10. The broker put 6510. And so you've applied,
6510.
sorry, 6510? 6510, okay, I see that.
So there is no discrepancy.
Well, the one form says 6150, so I'm just, we're gonna try to clarify it. Did you try to clarify it at all?
No, I wasn't clear that there was one.
Okay, that's fine. And what's the floor plate area? It's 3750 per floor, 7500 upper.
Yes.
Okay. And based on the information you're showing on page 1, the model produced this value that we now see on page 15.
Correct.
And,
Yes.
which is a rent of $16 and a cap rate of 4.8. Had this been coded as 1912, would these numbers have differed?
Well, running the numbers, I would assume so, yes.
Okay, and you didn't inspect this at all, did you?
No, I didn't. I looked for file photos. We didn't have any. The only thing I had was the listing that we have on page, starting on page, picture there from page 4 onward.
And the coding applied to this is OFS. What was the S stand for?
Pardon me?
Under OFS, what does S stand for?
Office,
What, the S at the end of it?
suburban,
Suburban. Is this suburban?
no,
Okay. The at the time that you got this information, what was the vacancy?
you phrase that again, what do you mean at the time I got?
The evidence you presented, the questionnaire on page 18, what was the vacancy?
Well, then we have 2 tenants. Dr. Zaki Medical Corporation, and we have Shinko Properties for the 2 tenancies. We have 1 space at 1,500 square feet, which is non-occupied.
But what was the number that they have listed as vacant on page 18?
I believe it, I'm reading it right, 69 square feet, but that can't be right.
The question asks for a percentage.
Yeah, 69%.
Okay. And the flyer that you submitted in your evidence, I don't know what this page is, page 8. It states that up to 4,760 square feet was available. When was this published?
Listing?
Yeah, the information on page 8.
I believe it was the turn of 2023, so before the reference date.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Before the reference date then?
I believe it was in the new year of 2023.
Okay. And of course, this Shingle Properties, this is the same party that took up tenancy in 6 Donald, correct?
So
do you remember that? It's fine.
So, yes.
Okay. Same owner, same tenants. Okay. And the sale that was blacked out, what's and then I don't want any other detail except what was the date on there?
I blocked it out. I didn't put any weight. It was past the reference date.
Okay.
The only
And
reason why I'm bringing it up, the only reason why I brought it up is because the ownership on the INE is different from the one that's under appeal.
Right.
Clearly a change.
But was this an actual sale or was this a transfer? Did you determine who 102 Manitoba is?
Let me be clear. I didn't investigate the sale. It was post-reference. I
Okay.
don't actively investigate post-reference information. It's not appropriate.
I understand that. I just asked if you had checked it, make sure everybody's forms were in order. I'm not always looking for issue here. Sometimes just to clarify.
No, I did not.
Okay. And sorry, I'm just now on page the pictures shown from pages 4, 5, 6, 7. I take it these were all from the and 8. These are all from the flyer advertising it for sale.
Yeah, it was for the listing.
Okay. Sorry, there was something else and I can't, here we go. On your page 17, you have the city's cap rate summary chart. The cap rates the city uses, the ones you've listed here, OFS, appear to the 20th percentile at 5.25%. So how does a 1912 constructed building go below the 20th percentile in capitalization?
As I indicated, I'm not being overrated. I didn't have any input into the model capitalization rates. This is merely what was provided from the model, obviously. I didn't do an investigation on what was done to the property. The sale listing indicated it was a restored building. Beautifully restored Class C building. You can see from the pictures.
Yeah, okay, you're going off topic here. So
I'm trying to answer your question. Clearly, the conditions that are in this building are 1912.
okay, but the question was, how do you go below your 80th percentile? What makes it so wonderful that it belongs there?
Like I stated, this is lower than, or like you're indicating, it is lower than our percentile. It's outside of that range. But as far as whether I'd recommend a change, this is the model capitalization rate that we applied to it. So the argument that it should be changed, make your argument.
Well, I'm sorry, you didn't have any of your own discretion when you looked at it to say perhaps that's an error?
Again, I'm not going to be changing one parameter. I feel it's fine the way that it is. There is a rent that is put on it. There is a sale. I don't investigate the sale either. That could be going hand in hand with that. But for the purpose of this appeal, we're just going with what's on record. I don't think that it's warranted changes to it.
Those are my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Warehead, any questions?
I do not, Madam Chair, thank you.
Mr. Purvis?
I'm good, thank you.
I have no questions. Mr. Greenfeld, if you would like to proceed.
Okay, sorry. On our page 1, the floor areas, this came from a time when the floors were demised differently, and we're working with different measurements, because of the way it was set up, they had this massive common area. And so I think we should be changing this to reflect what they've submitted. And I think that was a typo on the report saying 6150. They just reversed their numbers. I think the 6510 is reasonable. I've been in the building a lot of times, and that the number seems to be appropriate given the floor plate size. So our numbers have changed, and we're using 6510 square feet. And nothing else has changed. The rent we put on it at $14 is derived from a number of rents, which, okay. Well, rather interesting issue here in that I don't see that we supplied a different rental table here for downtown office. Sorry, somebody's bugging me. I got to turn this off. However, I do look at the assessor's workup on his page 14, and just give me a minute to read. That with the range of rents being at $12 and we're at 14, I think that based on the evidence you've seen, I think our 14 is reasonable. We didn't do it by any model, and it is built in 1912. The changes that were made to it, the cosmetics on the front, there was some masonry tiles attached to it. Inside, they restored the wood floor, and they put in some drywall for demising, and fixed up the ductwork and suspended it all from the top. No change to the frame, the foundation, or the basic envelope. The HVAC was modernized with air conditioning, and that's the difference that changes. The basement, I've been down in it several times. It has your typical rubble foundation from 1912. And if someone is going to change the date on a property by 60 years, I think you got to change that foundation. If you're going to say that you made a change, you're still laying on the same foundation of this. And it's a painted, they call it rubble because it's a stone that's cut in different sizes and the cracks filled with plaster, as opposed to cut stone, which are actual cut and fit in place. And it's, of course, the basement has no rental value because it's low ceilinged and it provides the services. The vacancy we've applied is the downtown rate, and that's the miscellaneous downtown. Yes, finally, got one that I can make sense of, because this is miscellaneous downtown. It's small, it's heritage, and it doesn't have any amenities, no big large floor plate. It's going to appeal to a much lower group of potential users, and it is definitely miscellaneous. And I believe that even Johnson has it characterized as miscellaneous in his report. Fort. There we go. Oh no, that's 124. Okay, well, I think that's a fairly good number, but it has been long-term vacancy since they moved their operations to 6 Donald. Shortfall is at 992 because the taxes are extremely high for it, and you can see the calculation is below. The taxes are 622 a square foot. Utilities cost to carry, so that we've adjusted higher. Cap rate at 9.5, and I think there's something on here that isn't mentioned. However, just to go through some of the major points, of course, it's not on the Skywalk system, which gets you points in classification as well. A very small building. There is some parking at the back for a few trucks. That was useful for them, but it's still small for the use. A year built, 1912. That's obvious. Quality and condition. great, it's been reconditioned. That doesn't mean it's going to live longer. It just means that it's got another 20 years of life left in it. So now the other thing that was not mentioned in here, it's on the heritage list. So being on the heritage list, there are a lot of restrictions to what you can and can't do on it and what is protected and unprotected. And it's in Winnipeg, it's an extreme negative because unlike most municipalities, if they put you on the heritage list, they come forward with money for you to help you preserve it. In Winnipeg, they just put a complete stall on it and freeze it. So owning a heritage building as an investor is very not good. You can't demolish it and rebuild it if it so requires. So now the reason that the board agreement was put in page 3 is nothing to do with value. It's to do with that, again, I mean, same story I'm telling you again and again. It's built in 1912 and the city puts the model on it and all of a sudden pops it up to some unrealistic value. And we have to keep going through the process and getting it resolved at that point. And all that does is cost the city money because the city's got to pay the full refund on the change in the reduction, including the school tax portion. Resolving it today to a reasonable value means that there's no refunds paid out. The city's budget is fine. And again, we have to remember that. So anyway, my new revised value is 91,140 is the net income. The NOI is 67,737 for a value of 713,000.
Sorry, Mr. Neufeld, could you repeat those numbers and speak up a little, please?
Okay, I'll try that. Potential income 91,140. That's 6,510 square feet at $14 a foot. The NOI is resulting at 67,737. The cap 9.5% for a value of 713,000.
Thank you. Do you have anything further to say? Mr.
No, that's fine.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cole, any questions?
Sure, I have a question. Starting off, you do not have the questionnaire in your brief.
No, I don't think so, but we were aware it was vacant at the reference point, so there wasn't really much.
100% vacant?
No, I think the first floor clinic stayed on.
Okay, let's get into the first floor clinic. Reported to us, the rent was apparently gross at $22.85 a square foot for the first floor clinic, with a subtraction of around $8 a square foot for expenses, you get to be about a $15 net effective rent.
Let me just, sorry, you're trying to point me to your brief, and that's
That page 19.
Page 9.
Get a clarification form.
Right. Dr. Zaki, 33 times 12 equals around 1750. Yeah, about 2285. Expenses are
$8 or so gives you about $15.
just looking 55,000 by 6510, about 850. So yeah, that brings them down to 850, 844, 22. Yeah, about a little about 1430 a foot was my quick calculation. About that, yeah.
Okay, so $14.30 or $15 for the main floor. We don't see any pictures for that. Yet we do see pictures in my brief for the second floor, which is advertised. That is only the second floor. we do see that Shinko Properties is in there for a significantly low rent. Can you please explain? I'll just make sure I do the math on this right, bear with me here. Why they have a $6.50 gross rent on the second floor.
Same reason as the last property. They are doing business with the owner.
So it's a non-arm's length rent.
It's not market driven.
Why would not the main floor rent not be indicative of what we would be able to get on the second floor? Was the clinic ever occupying the second floor?
Well, first of all, very simple rule of thumb is you're generally going to get higher rents on the main than you are on the upper levels for a 2-story walk up, because you got to go up the stairs. So if you're getting $14.30 on the main, you're probably getting $12 on the second. We didn't bother making that distinction. Just put it all at 14.
Getting to the renovation, you had some issue with the actual year built. You don't have any pictures in your own brief for such a property, but there are several in mine. Would you not indicate by what was done, the drywall finish, the demising area, the redone hardwood, the redone HVAC, the electrical, that this is not a 1912 building?
You're really trying my patience. That is foolish. I'm sorry for saying that word. To change the effective age of a building, you have to change something substantive, not cosmetic work. Cosmetic work has a lifespan on it, 10 to 20 years. So you got to do that every year in every commercial building. So there's no absolutely nothing that suggests a change in the age. A change in the age is, I've seen a couple of buildings where they've rebuilt the frame. I'd give you that one on them. I've seen a couple where they've had to do massive foundation repairs. I would give them a variant age change, but not for changing the drywall.
Your capitalization rate, or sorry, not capitalization, your vacancy rate, you're not asking for the 2160 here?
Well, as I said, and relatively consistent with the other older building, is that they have had a history of different users over 100 years of life. So there is some hope that they're going to find a different tenant. It's not purpose built for a health facility, overbuilt for a health facility as the other two we discussed. They're smaller sized, and there's some hope that they'll find tenants in there.
Great, that's the only questions I have.
Thank you. Ms. Wareham
Thank you.
and Mr. Burns.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, just one question. When was the last time you inspected this property?
I think it was in 21 or 22. Last time I was in the building. I've probably been in it several times. A lot of the business with Mr. Corral, both on his properties, plus I hire him for survey work for other buildings. So I think 21 or 22.
Right. Just more out of curiosity, are there washrooms located on the main floor and second floor?
Oh, okay. I once had to use them. They're all located on the first floor.
They're all located on the first floor.
Yeah, and they're shared.
All right, thank you. That's all my questions. Does either party have a wish for summation?
Yes, I do. Its building is 110 years old, and when someone who has never been in the building tries to tell you that it's younger because of something they've read, I don't think that's appropriate. I've been in the building. I'm sorry I didn't provide pictures. I'm very content that this building is still 113 years old, and as a result has a shorter remaining economic life, and that is all important to the concept of the cap rate and its investment value. I think we've overvalued the rental based on the doctor's rent on the first floor. Well, we haven't seen any evidence that it's going to be better. I think we're being rather liberal in a value of 733,000 on that basis. The previous years we had an owner occupant in it, so he satisfied the occupancy. He leaves, massive vacancy. This is the tale that we have to look at all the buildings today. Once that owner pulls out and there's no longer a user in there, we're going to suffer vacancies. And this is proof on what I was saying earlier about always needing an allowance. In this case, we didn't go to 69% vacancy, we went to 12. It's all about applying things reasonably. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 7 on the docket, which is 929 Gordon Avenue.
Okay. File number 244361. Roll number is 1202.
61.
244361.
61.
I says, oh, maybe I did. I apologize. You can't misspeak once in 7 hours, 6 hours, I guess, you know. All right, now that we got the right file number. Roll number is 12023043200. Sorry, I'm being mindful that I gotta speak up to the mic. The 2025 assessed values were 1,177,000. It's class code 60T. Built in 1954. Effective year of 1967, we have approximately square area of 5,456 square feet. Turn to page 2. You see where the property is located. Be mindful of 529, right next to 525. On page 3 shows the pictures of the two properties, with 529 being the top one, and then the 525 next to it. And of course, on page 4 is another shot of the property as well. If we look over to page 9, we sent to 529 the income expense questionnaire at the very top of the page. So it is the right roll number, is the right address. You look on page 10. They're responding with 529 and 525. So clearly they own both. They are combining their finances together for the two buildings. You see the rent roll that we have in place. What we have in there is a dental comparable, a florist in 525. So from that point, looking into the marketplace, it was a little unclear what was occupying, but if you go back to page 4, we have dental, obviously the signage on dentists. And then we have, looks to be some kind of retail eatery, kind of not like a restaurant, but like a, I guess like a health food supply kind of thing. Not sure exactly. But that's the best that I can come up with, given the location of the property, as well as what I looked on the internet, as well as the term tenant verification. They're clearly combining the two. So from that point, we're looking at page 5 OFM comparables. This is citywide, 30 comparables from medical tenants, office tenants. We're looking at an average for 71,434 square feet for 30 comparables of an average of $21 or $20.11, $22.40, and a median of $22. Comparables 2, 3, 5, 11, 18, 21, 22, and 29 are in the Stafford, Grant, And Pamela would be very similar to the subject property's location and makeup. It's obviously on Corden, but it'd be similar to that, so. When they're getting that for rent, that's what you would be expecting for the subject property. On page 6 is the workup. The workup, the A1 space is obviously the office medical related, the dentist's at $18.52 a square foot. The C2 standard finishes for the remainder, at $17.10. And then there's a basement lease, 28 square feet, and we have that at $11.82. Overall, we have $14.84. Rent applied to the 5,456 square feet, which gives a potential gross income of $80,972, 6% for vacancy. And we do have this as an OFS. There's more than on the Connect, so there's OFS. The effective gross income is then $76,114. Non-recoverable expenses at 3%, shortfall at 8 yields a net operating income of $71,212, and a 6.05% capitalization rate yields assessed value of $1,777,000. So with that, I'm taking questions.
Thank you. Mr. Newfeld?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, just one second. I'm looking for. Okay. So page 1, same question as before. Built in 1954. Do you know how it ended up being 1967?
No, I will investigate that.
Okay. And this case, we're looking at, just want to verify this. You've got 14 units. These are different units, 1463 and 1265 square feet. Those are on the main floor, and then 27, 28 in the basement.
Yes.
Okay. I just had a problem reading this, and I want to make sure I was reading this right, but you have 1265 for that unit. And I'm going to page 11. The owner, I think, I can't read this too well. It looks like 1065, not 1265.
Yeah, it looks like it's 1065.
Okay, so they're reporting 1065 and 1463 and 2728, and I guess there seems to be a difference. Now, do you know what that difference is? Like, have you ever been in the building?
No, I have not.
Okay.
So,
do you know that there's a open area in the building going to the basement?
I said I haven't been there. I need to calculate this out. Please bear with me for a moment.
Okay.
So it looks like there is 25, 28 square feet reported above grade, I'll say, and in the lower area. 27, 28. So total of that would be 5,256. Looks like it's off by 200 square feet,
Yeah.
which probably would be that area.
No, I looked at it.
For what you're indicating without it being in the building, that might be that.
Yeah, I think we made the same mistake. I don't know where we got our numbers from, but I don't know if that was an older or a remeasure of some sort. And I just thought we'd try to at least get on the same page. Okay.
Realistically, you have the same number I have.
Yeah, though I understand that. I just noticed this, and I don't. Maybe I'll try to figure it out later. But I think I know what the problem is. That's fine. Page 6 then is all model driven.
Yes,
Okay. And this is classified as office, all of it?
well, we have it reported as OFS. The A1 space would be the dental. The
Right.
basement space is obviously the basement. And then the remainder is C2 standard finish.
Right. So the dental clinic is different, and then the other first floor is retail, correct?
I haven't been in the building, but that's what would have been one of my questions towards you, is the retail in the basement or is the retail?
Well, you got a picture of it on here, so I'm just wondering if you didn't look into it.
Yeah, but the location of it in the building, I don't believe the florists are in there. Obviously, they're in the next door, you can see that. But I can't make the makeup between what tenants are where.
It says fine oils and vinegars tasting bar.
Yeah,
So
is that
that's-
in the basement, is that on the main floor?
That's okay. And the front plate on is Frescolio, so that's retail though, right? Or do you know? Okay. Would now if you had broken this down by usage codes, would there be a different value?
The primary use would be OMS. So that's what we tried. You're asking me, should it be separating streams? I would say this, no. But I would need to know what your contention would be, where would the retail be? Are both those CRUs retail?
On your rental rates that you're presented, it's solely on page 5,
Yes,
and they seem to all be characterized as office medical tenant.
and they all are.
Okay, so we have one tenant in the building, a dental, and the rest retail, and then a basement office. You don't have any comparables for them?
No,
Okay. Do you have any basement comparables?
no, sorry, I don't have any for basement. And as far as retail, I was unsure of what the actual retail was, if it was.
And you had said something about the predominant usage being office, but on the
Predominant use is the dentist,
is, pardon me, is who?
is the dentist.
Okay.
Would that not be considered your anchor tenant, or I wouldn't say anchor tenant here, but the primary tenant?
Well, I mean, you can do it, look at square footage, or you can look at potential income if you know what it is. I'm just wondering what yours was. You're saying the dental tenant is the predominant usage.
It would be the highest generated income for the space of use.
Right, but what was the oil place before it was the oil place? Was it a dental office, or do you know at all? I'm trying to look into that error while you're looking it up, and what the heck is the issue here? But do you have any history on it?
I think I might have dealt with this once in the past. It's many moons ago. I'm not sure. I dealt with thousands of appeals. It's ringing a bell, but I honestly can't place it.
Incidentally, I'm looking back at an old form, and they do quote 1265 for Frescolio. So I don't understand the difference either. I'm not going to challenge it. I think it's an error here on the last submission that they understated the space. So I'm not contending it at all. I just want to make sure I get this right. But in this part of Corridon, is it fair to say that you'll see a lot of different changes in usage?
It's mixed use, definitely. It's a high retail, high service-based area. Everyone just walk down the corridor and knows what it is.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was fine. And you did state that the basement was the tenant, a tenant in the basement was the owner of the building, right?
No, I didn't state that.
Oh, okay. Were you aware that they're the owner of the building?
No, they don't indicate it on their INE. It's not checked partially owner occupied, nor do they check that on the tenant verification form.
Okay.
Spots where they could have checked that, they did not check that on either spot.
Okay, well, no, that's fine. If you're not aware, you're not aware. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Wareman?
I have none, Madam Chair. Thank you.
And Mr. Curtis.
Sorry, I have a couple. What did we end up settling on as the square footage for this property?
I think we're in agreement stated on both of our briefs.
The 54, 56 is what we're,
Yeah, it looks like that last one was a typo by my I think.
okay. And then also just looking at the photos, probably the best one is the one on page 4. So that glass front is sort of an atrium, is that?
It looks like there's an open area that it goes down, right? You're gonna have to have open floor space, and if you have a walkway going down, sometimes there's a, for lack of a better layman's term, there's a cutout next to the walkway to give it more space, to give it less like you're walking down a 3-foot confined area. It does appear to be that that's there, but I haven't been in the property.
Okay, from the rent rolls, that's Smith Agencies has something set up down there.
Yeah, there's definitely some, there's tenants.
Yeah, you don't know what it is, you didn't go, so I'm not gonna ask you what.
No, from what it looked like to me, it was obviously the dentist, who was occupying it. And then it looked like there may have been, like from the signage, fine oils, vinegars and tasty bar. That could be like a health food, sit down, have a coffee, that kind of retail on important, it suits, but I mean.
Yeah, but it looks like they have a separate entrance if you look at your page 2.
Yeah,
That's what it is. Yeah, and just for your own edification, they sell expensive olive oil and vinegar. It's yeah, they're so you can go in and taste it and stuff like that.
I'll take you at your word.
I don't know if I'd call it a health food store when they're selling edible oil. I don't know.
Oh, it's one of those stores, okay, well.
No, not like cannabis. It's
Oh.
really expensive olive oils and stuff that you can add.
Okay.
And they do infusions and stuff like that. So it's as Mr. Neufeld said, it's a retail store. And yeah, they're definitely on the main floor level, but yeah, you haven't been there, so I'll probably save some of these questions for Mr. Neufeld, or he'll probably clarify some of this because I suspect he's been to the property. So so that's all my questions. I was mainly kind of concerned with just the square footage because that sort of went back and forth, but I've changed my notes back to the 54, 56. Thank you.
We have one quick question for you. Sorry.
I didn't realize I
See?
jumped the gun here a little bit, I pulled it.
No. So, I've always been curious about this because you did not inspect this property, correct? So on page 6 of your brief, and we're assuming it's for the dental area, you've got high quality finish.
That is the dental area, yes.
Right. Okay, so how do you know that it's high quality finish? Just because it's a dentist office?
Almost every dentist office is recorded as such, medical office is recorded as such, the bill outs are a private practice greater than typical office.
Okay, so you just put that as a standard for all dental offices, even though you haven't inspected them, so you don't know technically if they are.
Let me rephrase that, I haven't expected it for this appeal, when it was put on the roll and it was adjusted for, we would have expected the property, if we
Okay.
recall. But for appeal purposes, I haven't expected the property.
All right. And the standard finish portion, is that going to be the fine oil store?
I'm assuming so, honestly, without being there, I had the mindset that there is a retail component obviously to this building. What they sell, what it is, I don't know.
And you don't know what goes on in the basement, correct? Right. And you don't know the condition of the basement, correct?
No,
Okay,
there's been no file focus on the property, otherwise we provided them.
all right. And so the 1182 is strictly model-driven?
Yes,
Do you not agree that's slightly high on a, sorry, I'm just looking, on a 1954 building?
depending on the use of retail for a clothing area, I would say no. Clothing's a very high demand area. There are a lot of lockdowns. With a variety of uses, whether it be retail, body art, body shop, edibles,
Right,
lots.
but you don't know what's going on in this one in particular, or if it's been developed.
Once it's occupied.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all my questions. Mr. Newfeld, we would like to give us your break.
Just to redirect here, the assessor said that dental offices were always superior. You and I inspected 616 Ellis, did we not? Dental office?
Generally superior, that is an that is an outlier, would you not agree?
Sorry, your statements, not mine.
Mr. Newfield,
Okay.
that property is an outlier property.
Your statement is incorrect that they're all superiors and not.
Generally speaking, they are, as I was indicating, if
Okay.
you're in it, no, let me answer it full. If you're in a building and the building has two tenancies and one's just regular office versus a medical office, dentistry, that dentistry office is usually a greater build out than just regular office space.
Look, you made an assumption that they're all good. And when I called you on an assumption, I told you which one it was. You said, oh, that's an anomaly. So of what value are your statements?
Oh, Mr. Newfeld,
Yeah.
sorry, like, can we just have a little bit of respect, please, for each other?
You know, I agree, but my problem is that I don't care for people taking assumptions and calling them facts. That's not what we're supposed to do here today. We present facts.
You know what? Point taken, except
Okay.
I don't believe Mr. Cole was intentionally trying to mislead us.
It's the impact of the statement, not the intention. I just want to clarify, I disagree with him. Thank you. And I was trying to be respectful. Okay, do you want me to start off here or are we?
Yes, it's your turn.
Okay.
Turn to present your brief.
Okay, because I was actually looking forward to talking about oils, but so the site is a very strange building. Smith Agency have owned this, I believe, since they built it. Top floor, dentist, oils, and I was trying to remember what the previous tenant was, and I believe it was retail. So it is mixed use. It's not a predominant medical office. It's not a predominant retail. It does have a front atrium, which explains the difference in the space between the plan area and the rentable area. The basement space, the very unique space, and this is a rentable basement. It does not have barrier-free access, and that is an issue with it. It is the owner's space, and the reason it's there is they own 100 buildings, and I asked them, why do you have a basement office? And they said, we can't rent it, so we'll use the bad space for ourselves. Good business practice, but it also characterizes the space. It's not rentable. If they weren't using it, it wouldn't be rentable. Their statements that they provided included 925 Cordon, which is the building immediately adjacent. They run it as one economic unit. As a matter of fact, they also own several of the buildings in this row, and this is how they run it. They've been in business since 1910, 1911. And this is the way they run their books. And if it's what they are, and they're under no obligation to make their books conform to the way the city wants them. The city should conform to the way this business wants them, because they set the standards over 100 years ago. I'm just being a little funny here, but the point is, all books do not get presented in the same manner. And this is basic Winnipeg accounting on a very large property holding company, a family operating company. The rents that were calculated on page 1 by our office are completely wrong. I went through the rule myself and am a little bit more familiar with it. I actually came up with a different number per unit, but my overall value was lower on this. And the way to read these properties is that there's a monthly recovery and an annual recovery, and they are semi-gross rents. And whatever the owner pays on his own space is irrelevant. When I redid them all, I could tell you what numbers I put in. I put in 14 gross, 15 gross, sorry, net, 14 net and 15 net on the 2 upper spaces, and $6 on the basement. Because basement is not a, nobody wants a basement. The potential I came up was 55,825, and what we had put down was 56,044. So I'm rather content that we presented this accurately, albeit the allocation was not accurate. The vacancy rate is rather a mess because we have different users in there. So we have gone to 9.5, and that's an indication of office and retail and a blend. I cannot see where this was explained to you, but miscellaneous office suburban is going to be somewhere around 9. Retail, miscellaneous retail, retail is in this area. What is this? Fort Rouge, Osborne, 1923 is, I don't have a precise number on it, but it's going to be 6 or 7%. So I will venture to say that on a blended value, this is a bit on the high side. In an indication, when you look at all the properties we looked at it today, we have a company who wants to keep their buildings full. So 1 year this will be a dog groomer, the next year it's going to be specialty oil, olive oils, and maybe a year from now there'll be a candle maker in there. But they keep it full, and they keep the rents at a place where they maintain full, so their vacancy rates tend to be pretty good. So our vacancy rate is too high. The rest of the numbers are fine. I probably, as far as the cap rate is concerned, again, this is not a desirable investment property. Were the owner to leave, there's not going to be a fill-in for the basement. There will not be, because no, it's not rentable. There are a few sites on Osborne that I've appraised down the road where they've had some lower level rents, and these are like bi-levels rents where you walk in off the street, and you go down half a flight or up half a flight. That's not one of these. This is a full basement, and there's also some of those on Osborne. On the full basements, it's going to be of marginal interest. So overall, I don't want to make any changes on this. I would suggest that our vacancy is a little bit on the hard side. 929 Corden, 25. I really would like to make a simple change on this, and I'm going to make it so that we don't have to change a lot of things. If the vacancy were dropped to about 6%, yeah, okay. I've just changed the vacancy to 6% because that's what I think is fair, a mix of the retail and the office. And my NOI changes upwards to 46,866. And the value is 521,000 rounded.
Just to verify, your value is 521.
That's Yeah, that's correct. And I just adjusted the vacancy. And this is just kind of the concept behind valuation is you got three moving parts of it. And you have somebody who's very good at one part, such as filling it up, and you have to recognize in the vacancy, but it doesn't mean the cap is better because it's still not a great investment property. This is miscellaneous retail with and it's likely going to appeal more to an owner occupant on a purchase, someone who can have a unit in the site and then rent out the rest. This isn't top quality investment. The people aren't knocking the doors down to invest in these types of properties. So that is my presentation and likely summation. Thank you.
Questions?
Ms. Wareham, any questions?
I do not, Madam Chair, thank you.
And Mr. Burgess?
I don't have any questions for Mr. Neufeld, thanks.
And I also have no questions. Mr. Cole, did you have a wish for a summation?
No.
Mr. Neufeld, I think you would indicate you were fine without a summation?
No, I was just going to say that in the next couple of weeks, I hope to be in Modena sampling some of the balsamic vinegar and beautiful olive oils of that region.
Right. We're moving on to item 8, which is the last item on the docket. We're looking at 850 Pembina Highway.
All right, as well.
Yep.
Just for board's understanding, me and Mr. Neufeld, we're in hearing for municipal board for the couple cycles this past July. We were waiting in order to clarify how to value this property. I would have hoped that that order would have been prepared and made available to us so that we could perhaps review it in mind's eye, that we could make use of the rationale for this hearing. That wasn't to be, so that's not ready yet or it's been issued yet. So from that, I'll just go through the workup. I'll try to be as concise as possible.
It's fine. Keep going.
File number is 24 39 37. Property is 850 Pembina Highway. 2025 assessment is for 11,197,000. It is class code entirely 40. No school tax. There's 3 buildings on site. Let's just turn to the pictures.
Sorry, Mr. Assessor, the roll number?
Oh, yes, please. Roll number is 12097804370. Glad you're paying attention. I don't know what's going on. I got next page that shows there was a sale. There wasn't a sale, it was just an ownership transfer between parties, or just company transfer. You don't want to invest in that. Subject property is located just on Pembina, east side of Pembina, just north of the underpass that went through. There was a large contention at the underpass expropriation matter that was expropriated. There's a little strip that was taken off, impacted the value of the property by the agent. We made our full arguments in the municipal board. I'm not going to do that again today. I'm just assessing the value based on the site as it sits. So page 3 are comparables, subject property. I'll get into a little bit more detail, sorry. Red Cross is on 850 Pembina. It's hard to see from here. But within the buildings themselves, this is 850, that's 870, that's 890. This one here is similar. Red Cross, next one over is the Association of Professional Engineers and Geoscientists. The next one over is the College of Registered Nurses. So it's occupied by on 3 buildings, 2 of them solely by 2 tenants.
Sorry, I'm just gonna ask the panel, did you see that? wasn't turned towards
Oh,
you.
I don't think they're gonna.
No? All right,
So we're looking at page 3,
Three, okay.
the aerial, so that
I'll
on the
just
left
describe it.
side, the large building is the one that's 850,
850 is on the left, That's
870 in the
on-
middle.
and yeah, and 890 is on the other end. So this one here is similar, and the other one is right across for this building. The one in the middle is the engineers and geoscientists fully occupied, and the one to the right is registered college of nurses. And I'll get to that in a moment. You know, well, I just do it now, like, since it's on topic. If we go to page 7. It's the financials of the property that they reported. Skipping over to that. To the tenant verification. Starting on page 10. Is exactly what I indicated. So I'll let you read through that. I know it's small on the paper copy, but I'm assuming you were working from the PDF copy, which you can blow up. So you should have no problems to review. From that point, I'll turn back to the comparables on page 3. Comparables are 1345 Waverly, units 100, 300, and 200, 301 and 302, and 1345 Taylor, unit 200. The office areas for those are larger CRUs, similar to the subject property and similar qualities to the subject property. The total amount is leased area 62,731 square feet, median of 11,488 square feet. Associated with those rents are an average of $20.08, weighted average of $20.13, and a median of $19. What we have at 850 Pembina, and this is highlighting in summary what you'll find on the income expense questionnaires, or I should say on the reported tenants with the income expense questionnaire submittal. It's 850 Pembina, 11,582 square feet at $15, and that's similar. 850 Pembina, $15, which is the Red Cross. That was for the one building to the left. The middle building is 870 Pembina, which is the Association of Professional Engineers and Geoscientists at $17. And at 890 Pembina, 15,000 square feet, $17.92, which is the registered College of Nurses. So for the totality of the 3 buildings, we have an average of $16.23, a weighted average of $16.47, and a median of $16. Look at the workup. See page 4 is a reflection of the tenancies. So overall, for the 49,180 square feet, we have $16.88. Our standard parameters apply. Sorry, I should get in it. It yields a potential gross income of $830,231. Our standard parameters applied 60%, which yields effective gross income of $780,416. Expenses at 3% unrecoverable shortfall at $8 gives us a net operating income of $733,398, capped at 6.55%. Yields a capitalized value rounded to $11,197,000. For this hearing, I think I can stop there. Going forward, that there is a municipal board coming that will provide corrective, so to speak. So I won't go into any more detail. We spent 3 days in the municipal board meeting on this property inside out, all the arguments that come with it. I don't want to do it at that level here. I don't think it's for this hearing, but I will. I'm open to questions.
Right, thank you, Mr. Littell.
Thank you. I don't happen to share the attitude on this property. A year is a year, and let's get on with it. So obviously you've inspected this property,
Yes, all through the entire property, yes.
okay? And um, the workup on page 4, I guess this is just the one single workup.
Yeah, there was no need to break it out because the entire property is 40S.
Okay, right, yeah, okay, that's what I was wondering. So 4
There
and
was no need for multiple income streams considering the use of
Right.
the properties.
so this is all done by the model, correct?
Right.
Okay. And your rental rates, I just wanted to look for them. I'm sorry, I must have missed it. Your comparables is that page 3?
Yes.
You just
There
had
are
one?
comparables and there's a review in context to the subject property, which is below the comparables.
Okay, so your only comparables are from 1345 Taylor?
1345 Waverly.
Oh, I'm sorry, in
Correct.
Waverly.
I
Okay,
reviewed, as you're clearly aware, we reviewed the municipal board level, but I feel that these comparables are best suited based on the nature of the areas. To the performance of the subject property, so these are our main costs.
and how do these comparable properties, sorry, what is the subject's access like?
Subject access is northbound coming off of Pembina. Turn into the far north lane.
I'm wondering about the access from southbound traffic. How does that work out?
You can't turn in directly, you have to come around.
And to exit, to continue southbound? Like, there's no controlled intersection here, any sort. You've got to maneuver through traffic, right? Okay.
You can see to the bottom left, that's where Stafford would be coming in.
On page 2, the purple line, is that the lot line?
Each two. What are you referring to?
Purple lines,
Purple line is the parcel
lot line.
property line, yes.
So on the southernmost office building, it abuts the property line. How far is it away from the property line?
My recollection is about an arm's length,
Okay.
2 arms lengths.
And that, of course, was the result of the expropriation, right?
Yes.
So what's the how does that reflect in the bylaw for the zoning on this property?
As far as
Setbacks.
use or addition, or what do you?
Setbacks. What's the permitted
Well,
setback?
clearly it's clearly the setback is greater bylaw. Obviously, this was taken from expropriation matter.
But it's C3 is 25 feet, correct?
Yeah, it's
Minimum?
not 25 feet.
No, it's much shorter. And so this building is very, very close to the roadway, is it not?
There is a bike lane in front of it. That little strip is a bike lane. And then the roadway is, as you can see from the photo, it's very close.
And what is its distance from the rail line?
I don't remember the numerics off my mind's eye. Depending on where are you from, measuring it from, I believe it was about 90-something feet. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well,
There's a number of measurements depending on which property, which building you're going from.
well, first of all, you're showing that there's a train on the tracks, correct? And this train that's on the tracks, this is the one that turns into the CN Letellier line, or are you aware of that?
We're both aware of that. We went through the hearing.
Pardon me?
We went through the municipal board level hearing in detail. We're both aware of that, yes.
Well, it's for the board, it's not for you. And the distance is as the result of the expropriation, we both agree that it was moved closer to the subject building.
Yes,
Okay. And is there a berm between the rail line and the subject building?
sorry, can you repeat yourself? I can't hear you.
Is there a berm between the rail line and the subject building? You know, like a 6-foot hill of dirt.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And can you confirm with the board that it was clear that the tenants of 890 were very unhappy with their building following expropriation?
From what I gathered during construction, the nuisance of the construction phase is very unhappy, yes.
And are you aware that as soon as their lease was up, they departed?
I was not aware that they departed this property.
Okay. And just going back to the workup, now this is classified OFS, is the way the model did it.
Right.
Have you ever represented this property as having a different classification?
Don't believe so.
You remember the question asked to both of us at the end of that particular municipal board hearing?
So I can't hear you, you're fading in and out.
Do you remember the question asked of both of us at the end of the hearing as to what our opinion was on the classification?
I don't remember. There's a lot of questions asked in that hearing. Are you talking the classification as far as is it a suburban office, what category?
The chair asked us both to provide a classification on the building. This is his last question to both of us. In summation, do you recall your answer?
At this point, I don't recall.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Ms. Wareham?
No, Madam Chair, I'm good, thank you.
And Mr. Burris?
My questions have been asked and answered. Thank you.
All right. I just wanted clarification on your page 2. I'm going to say the subject property with a shape, the purple outline, it's sort of like a little boat. So, is it the prow that got cut off?
Pardon me?
Well, they expropriated.
They expropriated this little strip here. Was cut off.
Okay, so they did it, okay, the little,
The bike lane basic area, and there was
but also sort of at the end.
6 or 8 stalls were taken away.
All right, but also at the end of the property, I'm assuming, because it looks like it's kind of blunted off.
Yes, that's where the parking lot is.
All right, thank you. Just wanted some clarification on that. Mr. Newfeld, would you like to proceed?
Yeah, first, let me just clarify, correct the answer to that last question. There was a series of things that happened, but on I think the assessor's page 3, the top picture shows one of the takings, and there's a sliver of land that begins at the north end and widens, and then it turns in. So that piece of land was taken. But also land that's situated south of the southernmost building, there was an underground caveat put on it so that the city could put a drainage system in, because when they were building the rapid transit, they lacked grade, so they had to put a pump house elsewhere, and they needed to run the line under this particular piece of land because the rest of the pieces of land had rail and other things on them. So they also lost underground space, which meant that the land that is located on the south side was no longer able to be used for any expansion or anything of the sort. They also moved in the lot lines from they didn't move in the lot lines from the east side, but what they did is they made a deal with the rail lines to change the direction of the rail flow. So the land that had previously been I think it was a City of Winnipeg lot, was traded to the city for widening elsewhere. So in that picture on page 2, you can see that the CN Letellier line now cuts through closer. It did not cut through that before. And that was a third-party impact on the property. I just clear what our issues were on it. On going back to page 1, was the workup that was done was taken from the original, from the 2022 mailer. And I will point out that it is not what I would have put in, but I'm not going to change it because I would put forward a different value for it. If you read the statements that we both provided, they would actually indicate that net operating income with vacancies is 532,787, and we have 580,881. I have not warned anybody that we would want to change in value, and so I don't. It's not something we can fairly ask for, and without previous warning. But that would be our value, which would indicate a value at the same cap rate of 6,458,000. However, we are not changing it because that's not the way you play this, do things in life. As the assessor pointed out, we did have a hearing on it. What happened after the end of the hearing was there was an election, and 2 of the members of the board got fired. So they're determining how they're going to finish the hearing off. I think, well, one was fired for sure. I can't remember if the second one was or not, or if they're both in. They're trying to figure out if they can complete the decision without the other 2, or they're going to call us in for a rehearing. But that was some time ago, and it's taking forever to get this out. Whatever happens, it's going to be not worth waiting for. What we stated at this hearing and what we're going to state today is the impact of everything that's happened on here, plus the market, was a double impact. So the building identified as 890, where the nurses are in, we knew in 2023, we knew in 2021 that they were unhappy, they were going to move. We knew that they were looking for alternate space. They formally notified the owner post-reference, and they have departed. But we know that that is post-reference, but the point is we knew it was happening. I interviewed them personally, all their operators, and they were disgusted with the fact that the train line in front of their building was forever, all day long, squealing the tracks, the rollers, because there was a new corner put in, and a corner, you know how, and you know, the board, they were not very nice when I brought this forward, but this is the truth. A rail roller is a solid axle. So when you turn a corner, it has to give somewhere, and there's going to be slippage and friction. It's not like a car where you'll have slip. So when you see that the curve they put in right beside it, forever, all day long, squealing rail on the tracks. And then the other side of their building, they had the road that was put right up under their boardroom, and noise. And on top of it, we had shifting. Now, I'm representing them on their expropriation. I told you I do work outside of here a lot. We commissioned a laser measurement of the building. It has moved. And once we go, we haven't had our hearing at expropriation yet, but once we go there, we're going to take another measurement to determine how much it moved. And that will be the basis for compensation. The building has moved. We've seen shifting damage. Some of it's been repaired. And the loss of the ability to expand, you can see that there's no question you can put another building on this site, because there was 48,000 square feet of building on 3.7 acres. It's overdeveloped. It has much more parking than it needs. Not anymore. They took away that potential for if you wanted to put an addition on any building in 2 areas. To the south, because there's now an underground caveat in favor of the city for their drainage. Can't build there. On the west side, because if you look at the pictures, the lines were moved in and they took away the fire lanes on the east side and impacted the parking. The parking was impacted on the south side and was moved to, on the west side. They concentrated on the east side, and we're still waiting for repairs on the east side where the heavy equipment damaged it. And I don't know how good the pictures are, but yeah, on mine you can see it. You'll see all the discoloration on the parking lot on the east side, all those black spots. That was caused by the heavy equipment. If the site was never intended to hold the weight of a crane that was lifting tons worth of equipment, they were meant for cars that weighed 4,000 pounds. And so there's damage there to be repaired. Eventually, we hope they'll be made whole, and in the meantime, we have a site that's problematic. We have used an NOI that's very similar to what the city has. However, the vacancy was arguably 18.1 or 17.7, whatever you want to put it in, from Johnson. However, the real vacancy is 17,000 square feet, or sorry, 15,000 square feet, which is 30%. And this was a known factor, and we've put it at this amount. And when it goes back onto the market, post reference, it's going to go for lower, because unless you're a real trained aficionado, you don't really want to hear that noise all day long when you're trying to hold a meeting. Those are the impacts of it. So we have dealt with the majority of the impact in the higher vacancy rate. As far as the other parameters, it's not a cap rate issue in our mind, and this is where the building should be. Our cap rate table on the suburban Bs ranges from 6.5 to 7.5. This building is deficient for many reasons other than what the expropriation did to it. Number one is the access, getting in and out. And this is something I don't know why most people don't understand, but I'm going to try to simplify this. If you have a property outside downtown on a major artery and you want to rent it out, you can find users for it, and you can have retail users, office users, medical users, all sorts of users. However, if it doesn't work for one of them, you've reduced your ability to get that bid rent to different types of users. You can't put retail in here because the access stinks. Now, this thing was cut off of a larger parcel that included the Round Table, now Brazen Hall, to the north. And when that was done, there was an easement taken across the Brazen Hall land for access from southbound Pembina. And it's just not a good retail site. There has never been retail interest. The issue to consider is all of the tenants in here are institutional. There are no more tenants who are commercial operations in the market or any sort of retail orientation. It has fallen down into being a charity office. Now, that's wonderful for our society that we have these uses. They don't pay good rents, and they can only afford cheap buildings. And that's what's happened to this site. And an investor is going to look at it and say, where's my upside here? When am I going to get that AAA international tenant in there? Never. You're going to have to be satisfied with community service offices. And as a result, that is more less to do with the expropriation than to do with the base building setup. And that is why we have it at 8.25 on a cap rate side, because of its lack of ability to attract now, in the past, or in the future, the type of user that would produce a strong income on it. Thank you. That is my presentation.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Potter? And Ms. Wareham?
None, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Curtis?
I don't have any questions.
I also have no questions. Does either party have a wish for summation?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear any of that. No
I just
other?
asked if you had a wish for a summation and Mr. Cole has declined. Did you wish-
Okay, yes, I said I don't really care about where it sits at the municipal board. There are umpteen different open appeals on this property because there have been supplementals and all sorts of weird challenges by the assessment department. You know, at one point, they appealed their own assessment on this property. Never seen it happen, but they did it once. So we have a real difference of estimate of value on this site. It's a large site, a lot of office, but this isn't premium. Like the assessor talks about 1345 Waverly, Safeway, Investors Group, tenants. Do you think they want this site? No, this is community services. And as I said, it's wonderful. But in the world of real estate, wonderful doesn't equate to interest by investors. And that's what we're dealing with here today. That's my, sorry, that's what I wanted to finish with.
Thank you. We have heard all the items on the docket this afternoon, and this hearing is over. And thank you, Mr. Cole and Mr. Felton, for your time and briefs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry I was an hour late. We could have been out of here by 2:45 if I hadn't messed it up.